Thanks, Nathan. I'll call to order the Transportation Advisory Board meeting for September 12th, 2022. And I'll start by kicking it over to Nathan for our rules for tonight.
Thanks, Alex. I'm just going to run through the standard rules really quickly. We're pleased to have you join us to strike a balance between meaningful, transparent engagement and online security. The following rules will be applied for this meeting. This meeting has been called to conduct the business of the City of Boulder. Activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with the meeting are prohibited. The time for speaking or asking questions may be limited. No person shall speak except being recognized by the person presiding, and no person shall speak for longer than the time allotted. Each person shall register to speak at the meeting using that person's real name. Any person believed to be using the name other than the one they are commonly known by will not be permitted to speak. No video will be permitted except by city officials, employees, and invited speakers and presenters. All other participants will participate by voice only. The person presiding at the meeting shall enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates them. If the chat function is enabled, it will be used for individuals to communicate with the host. It should be used only for technical online platform related questions. If an attendee attempts to chat for any reason other than seeking assistance from the host, the city reserves the right to disable that individual's access to the chat, and only the host and the individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screens during this meeting. Thanks so much. Back to you, Alex.
Thanks, Nathan. Our first order of business is the approval of minutes. We've got two to approve. First up are the minutes from our regular August board meeting. I saw that there maybe were some earlier comments, and I sent Meredith some edits today. That Meredith, are those in the most recent ones, or should I read those into the record?
Is that showing?
Yes.
Okay. Here are the first changes: replace dangerous driving with vulnerable road user. And whoops. Additional enhancement to this comment. When originally presented, the justification for bridge replacement was to avoid the structural collapse and the loss of property and life. It was later determined the bridge sufficiency rating had been inaccurately communicated by CDOT and the bridge is not deficient. TAB would welcome a case for bridge replacement if staff thought it was justifiable.
Thank you, Meredith.
Correct, Alex?
Yeah, perfect. Are there any other edits from TAB on this one? Not seeing any. And then for our, can we do these together?
Sure. I can pull up the other minutes. I didn't hear any edits.
Okay, thank you. And then the second minutes are from the second half of our retreat, which also took place since our last regular board meeting. Do any TAB members have additional edits for those minutes? Seeing none, can I entertain a motion to approve both minutes?
I move to approve both minutes.
Thank you, Tila. It's like seconds. All those in favor of approving both the August regular board meeting and the second retreat minutes? It's unanimous, 5 votes. Thanks, Meredith. Next up is public comment. Later tonight, we're going to hold a public hearing about our design and construction standards update. But if you're here to speak about any of the other matters before the board tonight or any other matter dealing with transportation, now would be the time to speak. So we're soon going to talk about mobility and access for all ages and abilities, a West Pearl update, and the transportation improvement program. If you're here to speak about any of those, now is the time to do so. If you're interested in speaking, please use the raise hand feature and anyone interested in speaking will be permitted 3 minutes to do so.
Let's see, give me 1 second to arrange my windows here, and we'll go to the folks who have their hands raised in Zoom, starting with Kurt. Kurt, I'm going to allow you to talk, and then I'm going to start the timer. Whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you. I'm Kurt Nordback, speaking on behalf of Community Cycles. We recommend that you request to council that the West Pearl pedestrianized space be maintained as such pending further study. Through the pandemic, this space has served as a safe, unstructured outdoor space for Boulderites, free both from the threat and disturbance of motor vehicles and from the more highly programmed format of the mall. As a result, it has attracted a wonderful diversity of users. Anecdotally, it's popular with young people and a wider racial demographic than we typically see in Boulder. It's arguably the most urban place we've created in the city. We believe that the pedestrianized space enhances economic vitality by furthering the Boulder brand of a creative, innovative city for people. It improves safety by removing motor vehicles entirely from these blocks. It improves accessibility by increasing space for pedestrians, including those in wheelchairs or with mobility challenges, and by providing a completely car-free space for the blind or others who particularly want to avoid motor vehicles. It improves equity by creating a completely new kind of urban space that many people prefer. And it seems to pose no operating difficulties for buses or traffic signals. Staff's recommendation to reintroduce motor vehicles appears to be based largely on input from some surrounding businesses and their narrow self-interest. But the space belongs to the city as a whole, not just to the businesses. We do see room for improvements. In particular, it appears that there may be a need for more or better placed parking for people with disabilities. And 10th Street south of Spruce remains configured one way, requiring access via the alley. This could use study to consider allowing two-way travel and possibly better signage. The street has brought car-free joy to thousands of people. As our climate crisis intensifies and joy for many remains hard to come by, now is not the time to push people to constricted sidewalks and allow back the noise, dust, danger, and pollution of motor vehicles. We can continue to study it, but in the meantime, we should let it remain a space for people. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
Great. Next I have Craig, then we'll go to Jonathan and Callan. Craig, I'm going to allow you to talk and reset the timer whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you. Trini, Alex, Ryan, Rebecca, and Tila, thank you for your efforts to make Boulder streets safer. I am a citizen of Boulder, living in the Orchard Creek neighborhood, just south of Celestial Seasonings, with my wife and 7-year-old son. I know that the board has an ongoing challenge to service competing requests from the public in the face of a limited transportation budget. However, I urge the board to please revisit the speed reducing efforts already considered for the section of Spine Road adjacent to my community, Orchard Creek, and the Deerfield community on the east side of Spine. A few years ago, this section of Spine, north of J Road and south of Gun Barrel Avenue, was identified among the top 10 projects in Boulder's Neighborhood Speed Management Program. That program has been discontinued, but the traffic speeds on Spine continue to exceed the posted 30 miles per hour, and the volume will grow with the planned Celestial Seasonings development. Of the most significant concern is that elementary and middle school buses now stop at 2 sections on Spine Road. Kids are now crossing Spine on a regular basis when they exit the bus and when they leave in the morning to get to the bus. I urge you to please follow through with the speed reducing changes expected from the Neighborhood Speed Management Program. Please implement 2 raised crosswalks on Spine at the intersections of North and South Orchard Creek Circle. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Craig.
Next, we have Jonathan. Jonathan, I've just requested that you speak whenever you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Singer, and I'm a Senior Policy Program Director for the Boulder Chamber. We're writing today and speaking today to say that we stand with the Downtown Boulder Partnership in support of reopening West Pearl Street as soon as possible, while keeping the door open for future considerations. Historically, the City of Boulder has been innovative, transparent, and equitable in their deliberations concerning new regulations and use of public spaces. The business community has always worked to participate constructively in the city's associated public processes and input sessions. And we all understand, though, that recent public health emergency forced fast, necessary, and life-saving changes. With respect to West Pearl, the business community acted as partners and made costly sacrifices in support of those community needs. Those sacrifices during the pandemic included the fact that West End Pearl Street was hit unusually hard in terms of business viability, with impacts that reverberate to this day. Visual evidence of business closures reinforce what the numbers tell us. Sales tax revenue for West Pearl continues to lag behind other parts of Pearl Street in the community. Sales tax levels are only 78% of what they were pre-COVID. Eating places stand at 81%. And comparatively, all of downtown Boulder registers at 95% and 97%. Those same numbers are at 123% and 99% across the entire city. The Boulder Chamber's policy framework emphasizes developing spaces and creative policies for small businesses to locate, grow, and flourish. Our framework also asks for a comprehensive review of any processes impacting these qualities. A decision to permanently close West Pearl would clearly violate those policy tenets, forcing local area restaurants and retail stores to abruptly review their business model and profitability. This is aside from the sign of disregard it would evidence for the parking impacts in residential areas and the challenge accesses for those with limited physical mobility. Retail stores and restaurant ownership are particularly risky fields. Margins are thin, and even before COVID, success was far from guaranteed. Many of our beloved restaurant and retail shop owners hung on because they love their community, their employees, and our customers. They also want to share the rich cultural experience that accompanies their culinary talents and unique retail experiences they create. Let's show them our appreciation by heeding the strong plea and compelling evidence of the negative business impacts to reopen West End of Pearl Street. In short, now that the public health order has been lifted, let's hit the reset button. And if further exploration is warranted, let's take a look at West Pearl Street and commence a traditionally deliberative analysis and review process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Next, we have Callan. Callan, I'm going to allow you to talk whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you very much. I would just like to encourage you to consider putting at least 2 raised crosswalks on Spine and North Orchard Creek and South Orchard Creek and Wellington roads. The traffic and speed continue to increase, as you've already heard, and we do have young elementary and middle school students crossing that road every day, twice a day, and waiting minutes and minutes because cars will not stop for them. So I would just like to encourage you to do that. There's also 2 trails on that road, and there are not crosswalks on either section of those trails, including the Lobo Trail. So please, if you can, listen to the community here, and I encourage you to put those raised crosswalks in to slow the speeds and to provide a safe passage for our students here in Boulder Valley. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Callan.
That's all the raised hands I see.
Awesome. Thank you for hosting, Nathan. Are there any of the comments we heard from the public that staff would like to respond to right now?
Thanks, Alex. Can you hear me okay? Because okay, great. Yeah, we have received a couple messages from folks, and I think some of the folks that spoke here tonight about spine and speed mitigation along spine. And I believe, at this time, our response has been, we're focusing on the CAN, and so we haven't continued with any kind of speed mitigation on other streets. But we can take that back and talk to the team to see if there's any opportunities to do anything. Devin, did you want to chime in here?
Yeah, thank you, Natalie.
Mm-hmm.
Spoken with some of the residents that live along Spine and had some correspondence. And Transportation and Mobility is committed to doing a few data collection items along Spine Road. We're going to collect speed and volume data as well as vehicle classification data. And then at the South Orchard Creek intersection with Spine Road, we're going to conduct a pedestrian crossing study to understand the number of crossings there, not only during school bus pickup hours, but also during the lunchtime and later in the afternoon as well after work.
Thanks, Evan. I know I appreciate Craig and Callan keep coming back with this matter, and with the direction from council, this sort of thing has been shelved for a while, but thank you, Devin, for reaching out to them and committing city resources to studying that. And with that, we'll move on to our next agenda item number 4, which is a presentation from Boulder County on mobility and access for all ages and abilities.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can you see my PowerPoint slide?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Jessica Villena Sanchez, and along with Angel Bond and Cami Edson, we're going to talk to you about the recently adopted Mobility and Access for All Ages and Abilities plan. So I'm going to start talking to you a little bit about the project in general. So this project seeks to improve the mobility of all communities, including seniors, people with disabilities, and low-income individuals, youth, in general, people who are not conventionally targeted in plans. We coordinated with different organizations, the ones who provide and coordinate transportation services. So they were all consultants throughout this plan. The federal transit law requirement for section 5310, this is the part of that, the law that's funding our project. And we really focus on this project that needs to be locally developed and coordinated. And it's very exciting that we have this plan that is the first of its kind in Boulder County. So to give a very quick overview of this plan, we have a short video that I want to share with you. So let me see if I can stop sharing this screen and start sharing my YouTube page. Let me know if you can't hear it.
Not everybody can just jump into a car and get where they need to go. That is why Boulder County has developed the Mobility and Access for All Ages and Abilities plan. This plan serves as a guide for all Boulder County multimodal transportation policy for improving transportation services for a wide range of people. Throughout the planning process, we heard from you and we developed strategies to address your unmet needs. We took your ideas, built on our past successes, and turned them into recommended actions for us to address in the future. Here are some of those suggestions.
It would be so important to have a reliable, safe option for our family.
I would like to see a little bit more paratransit.
I'd love to see a high-speed transit.
Nosotros creemos que el acceso al transporte es un derecho humano. La movilidad es un aspecto importante para todos, sin consideración de la edad, habilidad o ingreso.
I think of transportation a lot differently these days. Everything's logistical when you have a walker.
Without mobility, we really aren't anything, you know? We need to get to the doctor, we need to get to the store, we need to get to social services.
You want the elderly and disabled to get out and about, you know, have some kind of form of life decency common in life, but how can they if they can't afford to get around?
Sí, me gustaría que hubiera más cambio, más banquetas para andar en bicicleta, que se mejorara un poquito todo esto.
El Condado de Boulder, junto con socios comunitarios, ofrecemos programas que se enfocan en asegurar que los miembros de nuestras comunidades tengan acceso al transporte.
My experience when I was trying to help my boys navigate when they were going to and from Lafayette for school was I was having a hard time trying to figure out what time the bus was going to come, what time they were going to get picked up, what time they were going to get dropped off.
I really only got to and from places by car with my family, and I didn't really know about the other options that were available to me.
Throughout this process, community members and partners highlighted that we are moving in the right direction by expanding multimodal transportation programs and services. We'd like to build upon some of the progress that we've made.
Pues me gusta andar en bicicleta, caminar, conocer lugares. Casi la mayoría de veces siempre andamos paseando en bici.
You know, I think there's real progress being made in Boulder County with FlexRide being added onto RTD.
I don't think the city really realized how much fun they have given us by setting up that pathway under the road and then up to the lake.
Your ideas and thoughts were heard on the many current successes and remaining unmet needs. Now is the time for us to work together with community partners to coordinate funding streams, continue equitable investments in transportation, and promote community services and mobility options around Boulder County for all ages and abilities.
Can you see my PowerPoint? Okay. Now the overachieving goals and objectives of this plan, there's 6. The first one relates to accessibility. So we want to support other transportation options, not just car. And equity too is important to listen to marginalized populations, determine what are the major areas that we need to address with mobility issues. Regarding the reliability, we need to recognize and support the drivers who are running this system, and also help increase the regular program and service in use. Related to efficiency, we need to reduce strain and increase effectiveness in the system. We need to look at the Boulder County's future social and financial growth, and also address climate impacts and help improve air quality by using other modes of transportation or giving people the option to use them. And then also safety too. We want to continue embracing the philosophy of universal access and make people feel comfortable when they use other modes of transportation. Who was involved in this process? It was a long process that we had to go through. We had a technical advisory committee with different partner agencies. I believe from the city of Boulder, we had transportation and mobility and housing and human services. We also had community partners from many different areas and agencies who gave us their feedback, and also affinity and focus groups. Young people, disabled people, people from different backgrounds. And with all of that information, we created a first draft. So that was the first part of the process. And then that draft was submitted for public comment. So throughout February and March. And during that period, we received about 110 comments, which were included in the next iteration of the plan, which was finally adopted by the BOCC in July 28th. So that was very exciting. So now I'm gonna pass it along to Cami. She's gonna talk about the existing conditions of the report. So Cami.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, thank you all, and thanks for giving us some time tonight in your full agenda.
Like Jessica mentioned, there were multiple parts to this planning process. And part of that, why we were putting together our first draft of the plan, we were also going through and creating a separate document, kind of the existing conditions, like what we know about the transportation providers around the county, and some of the programming that are going out there to help increase access as well. And so some of the takeaways from whether we heard it through feedback specific to the existing conditions report or just feedback kind of about what the future plan might look like. These key findings without, kind of preaching to the choir here, but we know transportation is a crucial issue, which intersects with a number of other crucial issues for people, whether their priority is around climate, around social equity, around, housing and transportation affordability, around public health needs. We know transportation is very intersectional with all of these priority areas. We also know that there are a lot of unmet needs that go beyond the county border. So we have many municipalities, obviously on the east side of the county, as well as the west in the mountains, that blend between different counties. So those invisible lines and where services can go and do not go can create additional challenges for our community members. And that we now know, whether it's anecdotally or firsthand, is that there's not enough supply to meet the demand. There's not enough buses, there's not enough drivers, there's not enough, whether they're volunteer drivers, paid drivers, whatever it might be, to kind of meet the needs of the citizens across Boulder County, especially those that might be the most vulnerable. Next slide, please. Through our analysis and in our existing conditions report, and I wonder if Angel or Jessica might be able to put the link to the existing conditions report while I'm talking, but you can find this chart in our existing conditions report. It's taken from the American Community Survey, the ACS data. And the thing is, or what I wanted to share is that this doesn't include the most recently available 2020 data. So we were using the data prior to this, but we wanted to highlight the orange, I think it's orangish row here. I'm just comparing what Boulder County looks like to the state, which is the blue bar above, and to some of the surrounding counties. Is that we're really close to the state average, but we have more than the average for older adults, except for a few counties around us. We are close to the state average with the percent of the population also with a disability. I know a lot of people, and I'm sure City of Boulder hears this a lot, assumes that Boulder County or Boulder has a lot of money and that we don't have a lot of poverty, but we're actually quite on par with the state average. 16.9 to 16.4 is very little difference there. We have a lot of youth in our county, and some surrounding counties actually have more. We don't have quite as many as the state average, but we still have over a quarter of our households that have young people in them. So knowing that this report and this plan was intended to meet all of these vulnerable populations that we talked about, the older adults, folks with disability, low income folks, and youth, we wanted to make sure that we had these comparisons. So you can find that in our existing conditions report. Next slide, please. There's also demographics data available. This is pretty readily available as well. Next slide, please. Go through some of these. We created a number of new maps, which are in our existing conditions report, which might be of interest to the planner types out there or those who are just map buffs. But we looked at, we created a transit propensity map that took into account where are the most older adults, disabled folks, low income folks, and youth, kind of put all of our populations together. And the way you would read this map is the darkest blue areas are where the highest concentration of folks are. And to some, it's not a surprise that we see the highest populations within, our largest municipalities being Boulder, Longmont, and Lafayette and Louisville. There's some of the other, we'll just kind of skim through some of the maps we have available for you here, but we have kind of jobs and housing balance map. It doesn't necessarily drill down as closely as maybe, all the municipality detailed levels. But this is something that if people were interested in looking and figuring out, wanting to talk about how did we build these maps, we can definitely share that information. Next slide, please. Okay, and so as we kind of moving back to the other, so we have the existing conditions report, and then we also, where Jessica left off was, we developed a draft plan. And based on the feedback that we got from all of these 40 to 50 different partners throughout the way, feedback was organized into strategies, and we'll talk about strategies very synonymously to what would be recommendations in another plan. So strategies, recommendations can kind of be interchangeably. So we prioritize the strategies that were sort of determined and developed and brought forward collaboratively through all of our partners in this process about where are the biggest needs. And what we did was essentially organize them into tiers. And we have tiers where what are programs or processes or policies or good works already going on that are in progress. Tier 1 strategies are the ones that are maybe the most likely to be implemented or addressed within the next 2 years among partners. And tier 3 are really those implementation items, those strategies, recommendation items that could be implemented a little bit more long-term in the next 3 to 5 years. Our final version of this plan has strategies, recommendations for the next 5 years. And the key thing is that even though Boulder County led sort of the organizing effort for this plan was really developed in partnership and collaboratively, very intentionally and very purposefully, so that all of us in partnership can go through this report, kind of find these strategies that might be parallel or support your efforts within the city of Boulder, so that you can help adopt some of these strategies, and we can all be sort of mutually responsible into helping these strategies get addressed over the next few years, whether they're, like we said, in progress, sort of short-term or more longer-term implementation strategies. We know, obviously, right now, the shortage of drivers and sort of the shortage of enough capital, whether it's the buses and the drivers themselves, is obviously a challenging need or a challenging issue for everyone. And that may change some of these recommendations, change the likelihood of whether some of the strategies that we're going to present to you here shortly will be able to be addressed in the next 3 to 5 years. And that there's going to be some policy and ongoing needs that still need to be sort of addressed. But we wanted to come to you today as the city to really walk through what the strategies are, so you're all aware of them, because we know that not all of you participated directly in these planning process. Next slide. In the draft plan, or excuse me, in the final plan, which you can also find on our website, I think Jessica or Angel can share too, the number of strategies that partners came up with collaboratively totaled 25. But we broke those down into these 7 different categories that you see over here on the left. We have data strategies, access strategies, cost strategies, resource strategies, service gap strategies, awareness strategies, and ongoing policies. In, I think, the first 6 pages of the plan, you'll see a large chart like these colorful images over on the right that outlines all of those 25 strategies. So if you just want a quick review, I think it starts on, like I said, page 5 or 6 of our final plan. And then the rest of the plan outlines more details for each of these 25 strategies. Next slide. I'm going to just kind of start reviewing a couple of the strategy categories, and then we'll have Angel Bond kind of finish us out. So data strategies, like we said, there's tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 1 are our more short-term strategies. Tier 3 are the longer-term strategies. But collectively and collaboratively, partners identified that work around transit planning and working around safe routes to school and sort of an action plan might be a priority. The safe routes to school action plan is something that we are going to be seeking a tip around for application for, to really review where are schools and where are they as far as crash data, public health data, a lot of the equity factors, so we can kind of rank order where within municipalities should we be working with school projects, and so we can help get those onto capital list plans in the next few years to fund, but be a little bit more proactive with them than reactive. Boulder County already has, I think, $100,000, has committed $100,000 to do a transit plan. And we'd be looking to obviously partner with some of you in the transit information that you all have. And then tier 2 is really looking at where can we formalize some data analysis, collection, or reporting a little more strategically together, and do some studies and look into more of the cost effectiveness of subsidizing taxis and ride hailing, especially since the bus shortage and the bus driver shortage may linger for a while. Next slide, please. Our access strategy identified really looking at paved access routes and upgrades to the stops that really need some of that work being done, and then really reviewing and looking at how can we improve the year-round maintenance to some of these routes and bus stops that are often riddled with challenges for those folks who are needing to access the buses but can't necessarily get to them easily or at all or safely, which we know many of you understand are kind of ongoing challenges. And then last slide for me is cost strategies. One of the tier 1, sort of the shorter term strategies, is really to look at how can we expand the affordable and or free transit fare programs that are already in existence and successfully being used across the county. As we know, there's other places around the county that people are interested or within municipalities where the demand is greater than what can be met right now. And tier 2 is really to look at how can we do more around covering the costs of reimbursing for bus pass requests that are being made by community liaisons, especially within the school districts or some of our other social services partners who may not have the budgets to cover the needs through bus pass requests right now. If we can collectively work together around how can we come up with ways to support those efforts so more people can get access to transit that need it. And I'm going to kick it over to Angel Bond at this point to finish us out around the rest of the strategies and kind of next steps.
Great, thank you, Cami. And I apologize in advance. I'm on my phone. I'm having an outage with Comcast, so I apologize for that in advance. Can you hear me all right? Okay, great. So this resource strategy, I'm in the interest of time, I know that we're only on the agenda until 6:45. I'll just touch on a couple of the highlights here. So in tier 1, as Cami had mentioned, supporting driver retention and training is going to be a huge lift. And it's not even just RTD, it's also the volunteer driver programs, the school districts. So there's really a general need to just raise the profile of drivers and just make sure that we're celebrating their accomplishments and the roles that they play in society. Additionally, we have acknowledged a need for grant writing assistance. So a lot of the municipalities, they might have some grant writers, but some of the local nonprofits or the county programs, they may not have grant writing assistants or people who specialize in that. So really trying to echo that need of grant writing so that we can have community-based transportation solutions well funded. I'm going to skip to tier 2 here. We've identified the need for a pot of competitive funds, perhaps, so that it can be used as local match for federal grants. As many of you know, there's a lot of different programs that are coming up with the bipartisan infrastructure law, and not all of the organizations are in a great position to be able to take advantage of those programs. So really acknowledging how can we work collaboratively to be able to take advantage of those. Next slide, please. The next slide here is really about the gaps in service. I'll just highlight a couple of these. So in tier 1, there was a gap in service for Access-a-Ride. So I'm not sure if you're familiar, but a lot of passengers with disabilities have to travel to Denver in order to get certified for their paratransit service. So really trying to address that and see how can we bring some of those certification options to Boulder County. Another one that I'll highlight in tier 1 is collaborating with the Tmos and Tmas to survey major employers to really understand the needs of essential workers. What we heard throughout the process is a lot of times essential workers need to travel either before RTD starts running or after. So really trying to get a better understanding of what are those needs and gaps and how can we fill them with things like van pool or maybe e-bikes that can operate outside of the RTD hours. For tier 2, I'll just highlight the hybrid connector services in underserved areas by fixed route. So a couple of examples of these would be the Ride Free Lafayette service that Boulder County partners with the city of Lafayette and Dr. Cog to fund. or even the gun barrel shuttle that the Chamber of Commerce is promoting or trying to get off the ground in gun barrel. Next slide. Awareness strategies are basically addressing the fact that a lot of people don't know what's out there, and a lot of people, even if they know that it's out there, they don't know how to use the services. So really trying to target expanding travel training services for special needs populations. In particular, I think youth is what we brought up here, because there are travel training options for older adults and people with disability. The younger generation interested in how to ride transit was one of the tier 1 priorities. And then tier 2, we talk about promotion of vocational training. So this is a twofold here. One is to promote CDL programs so that we have more drivers or people interested in becoming drivers for RTD or via mobility services. And the other was a bicycle repair program with high school students so that high school students can graduate with a vocational skill of how to maintain bikes. Next slide. The ongoing policies, these are ones that we won't be able to accomplish in the 5-year horizon that this plan really addresses, but they're super important to the success of transportation. I think the number one isn't going to be a surprise to any of us, but thoughtful land use planning, which also promotes coordinated transportation, is at the top of these policies. So how can we as a county really take into consideration that the most eco-friendly way to travel is if you're close to where you need to go. So really trying to think about like, how do we develop and how do we connect that to transportation? There's also others that we talked about, like universal design for transit stations so that disability access isn't an afterthought, like with a ramp on the back of the train station or something like that. But where we're really intentionally thinking of the experience of the people who are attending or going to the transit stations. There's also continuing equitable investment in transportation. So we really understand that transportation is a linchpin to achieving an equitable society. So as much as we can, continue those investment in underserved communities. Next slide. These next 2 slides, they're just kind of a snapshot of what we've already begun to incorporate. So there's a few things that we've been trying to incorporate as we were doing the planning study. So things like earn a bike workshops, partnering with human services organizations to do tabling and raising awareness of what's out there, doing a youth transportation school travel study that is underway or wrapped up. And we have Cami partnering with a CU Denver researcher on trying to understand families' transportation needs, and Ride Free Lafayette. Those are a couple of the ones that we've already started implementing. Next slide. Next, we're really seeking funding for how do we start a volunteer driver program in the mountains? How do we really kickstart bicycle safety training for youth? And Cami already talked a little bit about the Vision Zero proposal that, that we're applying for the TIP round 4. And then just really understanding how we can have a transit service study in Boulder County. So we, as Cami mentioned, we already have identified $200,000 for a countywide transit study plan. And so how do we find more money so that we can have a pretty robust transit plan? Next slide. This is just a summary of all 25 strategies. And I'll go ahead, you can leave this on that and I'll just turn it over to you all. I know we only have a minute or 2 left, but are there any of these strategies that seem most relevant to the city of Boulder?
Thank you for joining us tonight, Jessica, Cami, and Angel. This has been very informative, and I see a lot of great strategies here that are, I think, rooted in both data and best practices. So that's really exciting, and especially to see how near term some of these can be, with some of them being ongoing with funding secured, and even the second tier that's only 5 years out, which in our world is pretty quick. Does Tab have any feedback or questions, or I'll read through these 25 strategies, any of these that jump out in particular?
I love the idea of the work with safe routes to school. I think that that's a really great initiative. And touching on the grants, there is a grant that's available right now. It closes on the 15th, just in case you guys still have time to submit an application, it's the Safe Streets for All. And I can provide the link for that because I think this falls right into that scope.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I do believe that our Vision Zero crew at Boulder County is collaborating with a couple of municipalities to submit a grant application for that.
Okay, awesome. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian?
Angel, Jessica, thank you for this. This is incredibly interesting material for us, and I'm afraid, sorry we don't have more time to really go into it. I guess a couple of quick things. One of the topics we've discussed, well, I provided input on, maybe I'll put it over the last months is imagining the idea of like, how can we imagine when we look at the city of Boulder's TMP goals, so mode shift, vision zero, VMT, climate, probably at the top of those. What are the ways in which we prioritize the work that needs to happen? So you could think of that as like change process or change model or strategy or whatever. And we're having an active conversation about advancing something that looks a little more like that, so such that anybody could, which we all just know what those are for each of those areas. It would be, I mean, just easy for me to say, but it would be wonderful to have the county involved in that type of a dialogue and figuring out, answering your question in those terms, like how can we the two organizations work together? So I don't think I'm allowed to volunteer that to occur, but anyway, I'd love to support that if I could. And the second, I agree with Trini on schools, and I think maybe the Boulder School District, BVSD, I wish they were more involved in policy making for safe routes through defining everything that we do. Maybe that's a place where there's also kind of an intersection. So they're I don't see them very engaged in our city transportation policy making, but maybe that's an opportunity. And then the final thing, I actually raised this a couple of meetings ago, and I think somebody said, hey, the county's coming, talk then. So I'll just say it now, just as one example, I happen to live near a county city line on Linden. And, it's like, there's all these facilities in the city next to an open space area. And then you're on the open space and you sort of walk off to Linden and you're on this county road with no shoulder, bushes hanging over the side, and these just massive trucks just flying up and down. And maybe there's, I don't know, I mean, this takes resources obviously, but some kind of assessment of where at least do we have these kind of friction points where the city and the county are kind of close to each other. I know this isn't novel, but so anyway, a pitch for Linden specifically, but then also more generally this kind of that idea. I'll step down. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Here. Well, thank you. And Cami, I don't know if you want to address the issue of BVSD's involvement in policy, because I know you work most closely with them.
So sure, and just to introduce myself a little more, I'm the youth transportation coordinator with Boulder County, and so I work with BVSD regularly, and we do meet regularly. So I'm happy, Ryan, to facilitate then like some greater connection, whether it's around specific projects or just more ongoing connection. But I can follow up with you or whomever else would be interested, especially around the school youth pieces, and we can definitely make some of that coordination and co-planning and all of that become a reality. So they are very involved in BVSD when it comes. They actually have 2 staff, which is very rare, to kind of focus on youth mobility and family mobility. So they have capacity and they have the desire, and their 2 point people are actually quite excellent partners. So we can rally the troops, no problem.
Sounds good. And then I did hear what you said about the coordination, not knowing where like open space ends and the city begins in the county. I think that is not just in biking, but that's universally like around transit as well, right? Because the public doesn't necessarily see jurisdictional boundaries. They just see where they want to go. So I will pass on this information to our trails planner and see if there's a way that we can holistically address that. I know that we are over time, and I apologize for that. But just next steps is for us to continue doing our speaking tour and try to incorporate these strategies into our applications for the Dr. Cog tip applications, work on program-specific work plans to incorporate all of these strategies. And then also, as you may be aware, the small urbanized area, we have program of projects. See if we can embed these strategies into the program of projects. So the final slide is our contact information. And I know that it was sent out to you. Please don't hesitate to reach out to any of us, all of us. We're always eager and happy to collaborate.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
think for me, what jumps out is with the imbalanced land use we have in the county, transit studies and subsidies seems like a good way to address some of those issues now. And the county is also in a unique position to help coordinate changes to land use moving forward. And then, of course, being partners in all the other programs. But the land use and transit seems like where the county is uniquely situated to help coordinate amongst all the municipalities.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Having a wonderful night.
You too.
Thank you, everybody.
Next up for Tab is agenda item number 5, which is an update on West Pearl. Welcome, Chris Jones.
Good evening, Tab. I'm going to start sharing my screen and try to talk at the same time. I am here for the West Pearl update item, and it's going to be both myself and Natalie presenting. Are you seeing my screen? Great. All right. Good evening, Tab. I am glad to be here today to share with you all where we're at in our conversation regarding West Pearl. It's been obvious the past couple weeks that this is a very passionate topic for a lot of folks in the community who've come to love the pedestrianized nature of the space and what we've done in response to the COVID-19 emergency. And so I look forward to having a discussion with you all this evening as we contemplate how we can learn from the good parts of the West Pearl closure as we contemplate work plan items that can help to generate possible pedestrianized spaces elsewhere or on the West Pearl area in the future. So to start, I'll give a little bit of background on just what's guided our work thus far on West Pearl, as well as some timeline considerations before we get into some of the issues that we've been identifying, the key considerations that have helped to guide our current decision-making in this work. Then I'm going to hand it over to Natalie, who's going to talk about some upcoming work items among various different departments of the city, including transportation and mobility, as well as next steps before we come back together for questions for Tab and discussion. So I think it's really important to start out with looking at the city's sustainability, equity, and resilience framework. Outside of master plans and all of the documents that really point to the work of the city and why we do what we do, the sustainability, equity, and resilience framework really is the guiding goals and themes of the work that we do, and includes all of the strategies and thoughts that we want to incorporate in decision making. And within that, community vitality has 3 pillars to our work, or what I like to think of as a 3-legged stool: access for all, district vitality, and cultural vibrancy. While everything in community vitality, just like any other department, is serving all of the goals of the framework, we also have these additional focus areas where if we are not doing well in one of these areas, we're not able to best fulfill the work of community vitality in the districts that we serve. So for access for all, this is things like multimodal access and parking availability, acknowledging that a number of folks still want to access our key economic centers via car. And we want to make sure that their experience is reliable, so they're not spending a lot of time searching for parking if that's their mode of choice as they are visiting our commercial centers. And we want to make sure that we're thinking about all different types of mode users and how they're going to access our special places. That work can lead into some district vitality where the less space that's dedicated to storage of vehicles provides more opportunity for businesses to open up and thrive in a successful commercial center. And with that, when we do that really well, it leads us to a space where we can focus on cultural vibrancy and invest in special events and arts and culture to make sure that our districts, our key economic centers are representative of the cultural vibrancy of our community. And this has been something even before the sustainability, equity, and resilience framework existed. And this is something that our predecessors thought a lot about in the original planning of the 4 blocks of the Pearl Street Mall some 50 years ago, making sure that while a lot of decisions were being made around 4 blocks, it wasn't just about those 4 blocks that they were thinking. They were making sure that they were including the context of all of the blocks that surround those 4 blocks, to make sure that it's not just a plan for a park in the center of the city, but also a plan for all of the downtown. And so as we're thinking about the decisions that we're making for West Pearl, it's important for us to also think about the decisions that we're making on 2 blocks of downtown Boulder and how they affect all the blocks that surround them. So now catching up a little bit into the background of the West Pearl closure associated with the COVID-19 emergency. In May of 2020, a couple months after the initial lockdown, the Community Vitality Department had formed a partnership, an alliance with folks like the Boulder Chamber, the Downtown Boulder Partnership, the Latino Chamber of Commerce, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, to really respond as quickly as we could to a very dynamic situation. This led to a lot of rapid actions, including the closure of West Pearl, also the creation of our temporary outdoor expansions program that we had over 100 businesses throughout the city participate in throughout the pandemic. That program was then extended in October of 2020, including some new requirements around winter provisions that led to jersey barriers surrounding all of our outdoor dining areas next to travel lanes. Those emergency orders were extended again last fall, as staff started thinking about the future of what types of programs would we want to contemplate once the emergency orders ended. As we were anticipating at that time that we would want to learn from the good things that we had been able to accomplish in the height of the pandemic and make sure that we're able to continue those things into the future. The emergency orders were again extended earlier this year through August 31st of 2022. In that time, we got direction from council that they want us to develop a citywide outdoor dining program, and we have since done that. We worked with council to establish some ordinance changes that established a 5-year pilot in advance of the emergency orders ending. And on September 1st, that pilot program has launched, and we have there were 32 applicants. We have 27 that have completed or are near completing through the application process so that they continue their outdoor dining into the fall and winter. So the emergency orders have now ended, and so we're turning back to the decisions that we made on West Pearl that were intended to be temporary in response to some dynamic business needs where indoor capacities had been reduced during the initial phases of the pandemic emergency, and folks expanded out into the street. And we've now transitioned into a space where a lot of those folks have discontinued their outdoor dining, and we need to think about what our next steps are in West Pearl. So when we think about West Pearl, these are some images that might come to mind, and some of you maybe have seen before of a dynamic, much loved, popular space. And it's important, of course, to yes, appreciate that many members of the community have come to view West Pearl in this way. But it's also important to recognize that, especially with the reduction in the amount of outdoor dining that we've seen on West Pearl, that there are a lot of times that it looks more like this, where there's not a lot of activity. It's not an activated space much of the day when folks aren't outside dining. And we're down to 4 businesses here on the north side of Pearl between 10th and 11th Street that have continued with the outdoor dining program. Some other images that I've been collecting over the past couple of years of some other issues and considerations that we want to take into account. First, we've got some high designed bus stops that were just built in 2015 as part of a $1.2 million streetscape improvement project on West Pearl. It was the first major investment on West Pearl in decades, probably since the Pearl Street Mall was built. And then we've noticed some other things, especially in the wintertime with ice buildup and some accessibility concerns. And these are just a few images. It's not a comprehensive series of photos of some of the challenges, but we also regularly do see freight vehicles using the crosswalk there at 11th and Pearl to do deliveries, lacking any other accessible way to do so. So these are the areas of key consideration that we included in the memo, and I'm not going to go through each of these in detail, and they certainly are not necessarily comprehensive in the sense of we haven't done, there hasn't been a full work plan item to analyze what we should be doing and how we're going to move forward on West Pearl. But it's important for you all to know that these are some of the things that we were looking at in deciding that we wanted to proceed with reopening West Pearl to vehicles. One key area is economic vitality. I'm going to get into some of the numbers there. Again, considering the fact that our actions that we took on West Pearl were related to helping businesses survive. That is one metric that we have done a lot of work on surveying and taking a look at sales tax revenue to see if in fact we were successful in that effort. We performed a survey of downtown businesses earlier this year, specifically targeted to West Pearl businesses. And we've got a lot of perception around increased foot traffic and more activity in the area and increased sales, which is consistent with what we were trying to accomplish with the closure. But we've also heard that there are some challenges around increased parking challenges and decreased visibility of businesses. When we take a look at the actual sales tax receipts, however, it's showing us that perhaps West Pearl is not benefiting from the closed condition, where other parts of downtown and the city beyond, when it comes to total retail sales tax collection, as a percent of 2019, West Pearl is lagging behind almost all other areas of the city. Whereas Pearl Street Mall, while it was significantly impacted in the first year of the pandemic, is largely recovered and accelerated beyond several other areas of the city. So you can see here for total retail receipts, West Pearl is at 78% as of June year to date this year of 2019 levels, whereas the East Downtown area is at 130%, and the Pearl Street Mall is 110% of 2019 levels. So what this tells us is that, at least from the way that we're looking at it, is that a pedestrian space done very well can thrive and survive very well despite the challenges that we faced these last few years. But perhaps the closed condition of West Pearl, as much as folks might really enjoy it, we're not seeing that same level of activity returning to those spaces. When we look at eating places in particular, you can see here again in 2020, eating places across the city were impacted relatively equally, with the East Downtown being kind of an exception there, where it's continued to outperform almost all other areas of the city. But when you think of West Pearl and the Pearl Street Mall and the city as a whole, everybody did pretty poorly, equally poorly in 2020. And again, the Pearl Street Mall has recovered very rapidly and is doing better almost as well as East Pearl, where the West End continues to lag behind at 81% of 2019 levels. So it's important for us to also think about, in the context of all of the decisions that we've been making, as much as folks are enjoying the pedestrianized space, and it made a ton of sense early in the pandemic when we had 17 businesses in that area participating in the temporary expansion program. We're now down to 6 businesses having applied, and I mentioned the 4 on the north side of the 1,000 block of Pearl Street. There are 66 parking spaces in this closure area, with 6 of those spaces designated as ADA if folks are able to access them. That's the highest concentration of ADA parking spaces on street in all of downtown. 2 spaces are dedicated as loading zones in this area, and 1 space is designated for a bike corral. Moving forward with our current applicants for the outdoor dining pilot program, about 8 spaces will be dedicated to the outdoor dining pilot program. We do anticipate that additional businesses are going to apply for the program in the next application window come next February. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Natalie, and she can share with you all about some other upcoming work, both planned and tentative, among many departments at the city.
Thanks, Chris. Everyone hear me okay? Cool. So yeah, I will kind of dive into what work is kind of upcoming or what's currently in the work. So as we think about the future of access and mobility in downtown, there are a variety of planning and project efforts currently underway or planned. Each of these will help inform near and long-term possibilities for transformation throughout the downtown and surrounding areas. Of note to TAB is the CAN Identified Downtown Mobility Study. And this work is currently slated for mid-2024, given existing staff and budget resources. This study will consider multimodal connections throughout the downtown and in connection to other activity centers in Boulder, like the University Hill and CU. It's likely that this study would also look at mobility in the area that we're discussing tonight. Next slide, Chris. So you're probably wondering, what can we do in the more immediate future? So in the immediate term, staff is proposing that we conduct a multimodal analysis focused on the West End to evaluate options for the West End, including West Pearl Street. This process would consider transportation, climate, and other community goals that we recognize are important to inform the future of this area. It will include a robust engagement process to ensure we're hearing from a diverse set of community voices, that we've heard loud and clear that we want to make sure that all voices are considered in this process. And it would inform future decisions about how space is allocated on our streets. So transportation and mobility would lead this work with support from our colleagues in community vitality, communications and engagement, and other departments across the city that have a role in planning, operating, and maintaining the downtown. For now, we're tentatively planning to begin this work in early 2023 and recognize there may be a desire to complete the work by next summer. That said, we need to consider through our work planning process how to prioritize this work among the CAN work plan priorities that I know you all are very interested in as well. As you well know, we're already underway on the Baseline Road Transportation Safety Project and are preparing to launch engagement activities for Iris Avenue later this year. And with TAB and Council's input, Folsom is slated to begin later next year. Transportation staff wants to stay focused on CAN priorities, so we look forward to hearing your feedback tonight on how we approach this additional work plan item that's up for consideration. Next slide, Chris. All right, so next steps. As we move forward from tonight and our discussion with Council later this week, we will plan to end the temporary closure to vehicles. Assuming Council would like us to proceed with the West End multimodal analysis, staff will continue scoping that work to be ready to begin that work as soon as possible. We will also continue work that is already underway with Downtown Boulder Partnership on the Downtown Vision Plan, which will provide an update in an upcoming meeting on that work, and other efforts related to the downtown. So at this point, I'll hand it back to Chris to wrap up the presentation with questions for you.
Thanks, Natalie, and thank you, Tab, for hearing our presentation. And we have a couple questions for you that were included in your memo. And the first one is, in consideration of the planned end of the COVID-19 related temporary closure of West Pearl Street, what questions does TAB have regarding the staff recommendation to begin a new work plan item to pursue a West End multimodal analysis to inform possible options for future reconfiguration of streets in the West End of the Pearl area? And then second, what questions does TAB have regarding the current and upcoming planning processes that will help inform near and long-term possibilities for West Pearl Street and other areas in and around the downtown? And I'm glad to stop sharing my screen if it would be helpful.
Thanks, Chris and Natalie. Do members of TAB have any questions based on the prompts or any of their own? Trini, has your hands up?
Well, thank you, Alex. Before I go into that, I just wanted to clear a question I have regarding those receipts. I mean, we know that since 2020, a lot of these businesses have had to shut down. So in that chart, I mean, are we comparing like to like? Because it doesn't seem, I mean, I just have that clarification.
That's a really good question, and we don't have Joel Wagner on the call with us, but it is something that he looked at, making sure that we are keeping track of businesses that did close. I think it's important, though, to note that a lot of our first floor vacancies that existed all over downtown and beyond have been released, and we do have a lot of openings actually occurring. Maybe not in a few spaces on the West End. The Oscar Blues space, for instance, continues to be vacant and has not been generating any interest. As well as I think there is some movement on the old Chipotle space. And that went through a couple renditions of a business open during the pandemic and closed during the pandemic. But I think as time goes on, we're seeing a lot of first floor retail spaces getting occupied and leasing throughout the downtown. But we are still seeing vacancies persist in this part of downtown.
Thank you.
I have another question on the sales data. I guess I'm wondering how we know it's the relationship between the street conditions in each of these sections and the revenue data. How do we know that's causal?
Yeah, I'd say when I presented these numbers to to council back in April, I certainly did provide the caveat that correlation does not mean causation. However, I would caution that one of the largest differences between this space and the other spaces that we are measuring is the closed nature of the street. And so there are certainly other factors, the higher concentration of restaurants that existed in this area. A number have closed and are not reopening and haven't turned into anything else to generate even retail sales tax revenue. Whether or not they're not becoming occupied because of the closure or because for other reasons. I have heard anecdotally that one of the complaints that potential tenants who are looking at these spaces is that there is not enough available ADA access for customers. That's leading them to pursue other vacant spaces.
So on that note, it would be interesting to know how many of these spaces have been, utilized since the closure, like opposed to this particular segment of Pearl Street, like where, if any, are all these spaces being taken up on? I mean, any new restaurants that are being chosen to?
Yeah, I don't have that information right now, but we can certainly look at that.
Yeah, I guess as far as the sales tax data, I'm just like, I feel uncomfortable making assumptions on it without knowing, like the different composition of the business. And I understand there wasn't capacity or to do that kind of in-depth study or analysis like that. I understand, like operationally that just couldn't be done, and that makes sense. But it just also simultaneously, like in a way for me, I'd rather just say, well, we don't know, we don't know what happens. The survey data doesn't match the sales data. We don't know that the street caused the sales tax changes, because there's also differences between the other sections. And we just have no way of knowing what that was without doing that finer grained analysis. So I'm just really hesitant about, continuing to use and share this data when we can't make that connection. Though, yes, I'm very sympathetic to the amount of work it takes to do that kind of in-depth analysis.
Well, and we are going to continue to monitor these numbers when the street does reopen, and we might see that maybe the numbers continue to lag. And then that would provide a really good data point saying that even when we reopen the street, sales tax numbers did not improve. or we might see the opposite. And so we will certainly continue to monitor these numbers as we make changes on West Pearl.
And I think even in that event, we should still be thinking about, like, you know, is it causal? Even if the numbers go, you know, because the numbers could be fluctuating for other things. And regardless, you know, and so just like continuing to make that assumption, if we don't know that, for instance, the composition of the types of businesses and other factors involved, you know, we would just need that additional contextual information to use sales tax data for decision making. Thanks.
Sheila?
Thank you, Alex, and thanks, Becky, for articulating so well sort of my hesitancy for drawing conclusions from some of these answers and these data points. And I appreciate, Chris, the transparency of what went into your considerations and how you were weighing things. And this sort of goes to a question Ryan had submitted last week, I think, about to what extent did decision-making prioritization, how are you considering elements of the TMP? Natalie responded to those questions earlier today. And I have to say, I found that response pretty lacking, in particular, because it looked like some of the things that Community Vitality was thinking about and framing as, say, safety concerns are things that we talk about, you know, in the transportation sector and as TAB, and it's not about an errant moped that's able to go around the barriers. I think there's a pretty good answer for access for emergency vehicles, which has been raised a few times by a few different people and respondents, that their access is available via 10th Street. But by and large, we have years of data showing that the most dangerous things on our city streets are the large vehicles. I am definitely hearing, and I think there's quite a good, they lend a lot of credence to critiques of ADA accessible designs in some of these restaurant, street enclosures for the restaurants, and being able to access the street and the sidewalk, and differences in grade. Being a challenge. I think those are not insurmountable. But when you say, Chris, that equity means an even playing field among businesses, I just viscerally revolt at that. That is not what equity means. That is not what the citywide equity standards are supposed to be weighing. It is not about, do businesses have equitable access on this street? We're supposed to be talking about equity for the community. So I'm just sort of concerned that in sort of crafting the criteria by which to judge and which to make a decision and a determination on what to go forward, that you're not actually applying a lot of the things that I would like to see applied. And I think that Ryan's question about how does this serve the TMP goals is pretty well placed. You know, how does this make travel safer? How does this prioritize the pedestrian? That's one of our top things that we're supposed to be doing. How does this help vulnerable populations? How does this, I'm hearing a lot of outcry from different members of the community, and generally they are the ones that have the disposable income and the disposable time to pay attention to this, to write to us, to go and spend a lot of money at the restaurants. And the whole equitable argument about the use of streets for people, which TAB had outlined in a memo to City Council submitted in June of 2020, arguing for street closures, not just in West Pearl, but throughout the community, was based not on sales tax revenue, not about a particular street benefiting a small group of businesses, but as a sort of a more of a community-wide response to COVID, and using COVID as the impetus we have needed for years to try something new and different. And so I think that the myopia that I'm seeing in the criteria for whether this closure should end or continue exactly as it is false binary, but it's also, I think, not paying attention to the larger community context that TAB was urging this kind of experimentation and has for years, and is reflected in a lot of the community impact that or responses that we've heard in support of this kind of closure. So I think tonight I would love to explore thinking outside of just, thumbs up, thumbs down, does it stay or does it go? But really to take advantage of the lessons that we should have already learned, the things that we have picked up. One of those lessons clearly is that it's beloved by, some segment of the community. But also I'm mindful that, and Natalie's completely right, we've identified some bigger targets and some things that are really having a bigger safety and quality of life impact throughout the city. And so I don't want this to be, the shiny squirrel that we drop a whole bunch of other well-intentioned and long in progress plans. I think that there's room to do both, but I'm quite hesitant to bless or recommend a fresh new micromobility study. Because one of the arguments that TAB had made in the June 2020 memo to council was, we've already done a lot of this planning effort. We have everything that we need to justify street closures like this in our current TMP. We've got our low stress walk and bike network plan. We have identified areas, and this is not one of them, but we have identified areas where we want to improve the pedestrian experience. We have a lot of background efforts that seem to be rebranded, restarted, reinvented, reinvigorated year after year. And I really would hate to see this one become another planning to plan exercise when we've already acted. And I think that we have won some really valuable insights already without having to sit down and study it. I feel like there is a way for us to preserve some of the gains that this street closure has demonstrated are possible and necessary, and that we don't have to have it be all or nothing. There's a way to tweak what we've done and rethink what we've done without scraping it all off and starting fresh.
Thanks, Tila. Natalie, you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to address some of the things you said, Tila, and I appreciate your thoughts on this. I think so. A couple of things, and I appreciate you being kind of mindful of the CAN work and how this would impact that. I won't speak directly to. I mean, I think there's merit in doing some additional study around the West End, so I'll kind of leave that there. But I think some of the things that we are discussing, or that we've kind of considered around the West End, having the parklets out there, like there's the potential for more parklets, right? So I think that is certainly something we've learned that works well, and that some of the businesses along the West End were interested in continuing, and so that definitely we'll consider as part of the 5-year outdoor dining pilot, right? As businesses are interested, they can apply. So that certainly will continue, and I think that that's something that we should just recognize as that is a change, right? That's something that we've accepted and we're excited about, and we want to have more of that in this area and in the downtown. So, and then one of the other things that we are considering, and Chris, you can certainly kind of kick me if I say too much, but I think we we're considering how we can program the space. There's limitations, obviously, from a staffing and budget standpoint, but have some type of like temporary kind of street event type programming out in this area, because we have seen that the community really appreciates having that like plaza community space. And so it's not, I think one of the things that we've talked about right over the last couple of weeks as we hear more from the community is that we're not saying that we want to go back to pre-COVID and never do anything again. But we do want the chance to have a little bit more analysis around this. And then, I'll shift to your point around just that we've already said through the TMP and some of like the pedestrian action plan or the pedestrian master plan, that there are areas that we're interested in to have more, basically closed to vehicles or a more pedestrian activated area. And so that's something I think we can think about for like future work items too, right? That we would spend more time looking at how do we implement things like this across the community. We obviously don't have time in our current work plan over the next couple of years to focus on that. But that's something that certainly we would be open to. And if there's a desire to prioritize that over something else, then we could talk about that. But anyway, that's what I've got for now, I guess.
Thanks, Natalie. I might chime in real quickly on that. And there, as far as I can tell, Zoom does not have a kicking icon that I can send your way, but I appreciate what you shared. And I'd say that one thing in community vitality that we've learned from the longstanding 4-block closure of the Pearl Street Mall is that closure did not make cars disappear. It just changed the locations and the circulation that all the vehicles that are arriving in downtown Boulder that are part of the vibrancy of our space, because those cars are carrying people to their jobs, to their going out to eat. As much as we work really hard to encourage folks and enable folks to use other modes of transportation, we know that while we closed 4 blocks of the Pearl Street Mall, it did not make those cars disappear. And so even though we've closed 2 blocks of Pearl west of the pedestrian mall, it does not mean that those cars aren't operating on other streets and impacting safety considerations elsewhere. And so just want to make sure that we're not forgetting about, yes, the closed nature of West Pearl does inherently make that space less dangerous when it comes to interactions with vehicles, but those vehicles are now operating in other locations, and we need an opportunity to take a look at that and understand the safety implications of the movement of that traffic to possibly residential streets where we don't have infrastructure in place to help slow traffic down and make that safe spacer. That's, yes, space safer.
Thanks. Yeah, if I could just respond a little bit to the sort of the planning effort. I think my point is that it feels like we're just planning to plan some more. And I've been working in this place for a little while. I've got the report on progress from February 2012, which notes, in 1956, a couple of city architects proposed closing the downtown to cars from 9th to 17th from Pine to Arapahoe. That same document highlights the Paint the Pavement program, which isn't really happening anymore. But it helps transform the roadway public space into neighborhood assets. This is not a new idea. It's been something that we've been talking about for a long time. 2011, TDM efforts for Ciclovia that closed parts of Pearl Street on the eastern end of what we're talking about. Wildly popular, still not happening. The 2014 TMP talks about the very, very first thing on its very top priority was exploring opportunities for shorter term right sizing and repurposing projects as part of the living laboratory approach. Well, that has kind of evaporated as well. They also wanted to create vibrant public spaces that encourage walking by publicizing the Paint the Pavement and Parklet programs. The current pilot is sort of a revitalization of the Parklet program that we had. I'm glad to see it come back, but we just keep having great ideas and not following through with them. And I'm just worried that this next effort is going to be the same thing. 2016 access management and parking strategy document acknowledges that a lot of people don't walk because they don't feel safe. March 2016, the transportation report on progress. Objective 9 wants to, back page. The future of travel in Boulder. New influences and choices will allow, encourage, and sometimes require people to travel differently. We are at this moment. This is what Chad was talking about. This is the time to require people to do something differently and not think about it and twiddle our thumbs a little bit longer. 2018 transportation report on progress, talking about how we need to be much more aggressive to reach our greenhouse gas emissions. We need an additional 40% reduction in the transportation sector. This GHG is directly related to reducing VMT, providing the opportunity for more trips to be short trips made by walking or biking. Spaces like this require more walking and biking. I'm just hoping that now that we have, over a decade of thinking and planning for stuff like this, and now we've done something like this, that we keep the good parts of what we've done instead of going back to the drawing table.
Well said, Tila. Anything from staff on where we are in this point in history? If not, data and history of this have interested me. I think the data is pretty incomplete with how many things are changing, and I appreciate what we have, but I think it's not fair to place the blame of any vacancies on just the closure to minimal auto capacity and minimal parking spaces. Like, yes, the Oscar Blues place closed, but so did the World of Beer that inhabited that space beforehand, and they racked up 6 figures in back rent before a pandemic was taking away those parking spaces. One of my favorite restaurants was Wild Standard, later rebranded as Pepper, and it was on life support before the pandemic with all of the parking available, and now I can't get a table at Ashikara, which is taken in that space. Chipotle was one of the first casualties of the pandemic, and I suspect that might be because there are fewer people working downtown and therefore looking for that fast casual type of lunch. And when the banh mi place came in, it also failed. And so I think there's a need to adapt with or without a pandemic. Just a decade ago on the south side of the 1000 block, it was taken up by the Daily Camera. It even had a surface lot. That would be, unfortunately for print journalism, one newspaper can't take up a whole building in a downtown, and of course we would never build a surface lot on the main street in a downtown. And so as times change, I think we need to adapt. And I think the history and the data show what success looks like, and it's the mall. The mall has bounced back, as your data indicate. It looks like restaurants are bringing in more revenue than ever before. I think it's important to note that the mall hasn't been reverted back to what it was. It's what a good pedestrian closure looks like, and it has additional outdoor dining space that wasn't there before. And so I think with the 1000 block, where there's clearly interest and we've seen investment from the restaurants, it would be a huge step backwards for, at any point in time, that closure to be reopened to vehicle traffic, when there's such an appetite for this type of experience, and the history and the data show that when we do it right, it can work. And I know that doing it right from an infrastructure perspective is going to take time and money, but we should use this time to experiment and learn how to make that permanent closure a success. And of the recent concerns that we've heard, I think 10th Street is so underutilized and could be used to address many of these, as Teal already mentioned. But we could locate ADA spaces there. We could locate a pickup and drop-off zone. The barriers could be temporary in a way that allows emergency vehicles in and out. There could be scheduled delivery times in off-peak hours when there aren't as many people walking. I think these are very solvable problems, and to backtrack on this would run counter to so many of our goals. I can't imagine us doing this work starting in Q1 and being like, oh, the way we help mode shift is by making it easier to park where you're going. The way we make our community more environmentally friendly is having more cars on our streets where people are trying to gather. It just seems so obviously counter to so many of the things that we're trying to achieve, that I think as a board we should indicate to council that they do what they can, if they're interested, to keeping as much of the closure in place as possible. If there's no response from staff, because I know this is something you've been thinking about a lot lately. Brian, are you ready?
Yes, thanks, Alex. Okay, I agree with what I've heard from, I think everything I've heard from my TAB colleagues, and I think Tila did a good job demonstrating why this decision has more on the line than just what the curbside businesses have to say, and they are an incredibly important part of this, but it involves more than what they have to say. I also want to acknowledge Becky. I think she's onto something very important in that, to the extent this is about business impacts, do we have an empirical, factual basis on which to move forward, or is it more of a feeling? And in which case, are we ready to have this conversation? I have quite a bit from here. TAB's been asked to process an extraordinarily large amount of information in the last couple of weeks on this measure. Council members are proactively asking TAB's advice. And I don't know what to do other than to take it seriously. So, so I have some questions and comments. Chris and Nell, I want to acknowledge that you have an incredibly difficult job with this. You have to optimize for a very complicated decision. And that's a decision that involves values and the direction of the city that are of a very political nature. I am scratching my head a little bit about what seems like such large decisions that have happened behind so many closed doors, or at least so quickly without the kind of process that we get with much more provincial things, I think. So Chris and Natalie, thank you for responding to I did send some written questions, like I said, 2 sets of written questions. And Natalie, I'm very grateful for you responding today dutifully in writing. And I know that wasn't free to spend the time with that. And I sincerely appreciate just helping to kind of clarify a few of those things. So I think, Chris, I just have, if I could, I have a few questions just for clarity to you. And I don't want to be too hard here, but just to try to get a little bit of clarity. And then I will have a few comments. So my first question is just I'm trying to locate where we are in this in terms of where the decision rests. I think I saw the phrase that this is the planned end. And my question is would you consider this as something that your joint departments have decided and the decision is done? Or is this something that you're actively seeking feedback from council on? And I'm referring specifically to the matter of closing West Pearl now, or sorry, opening West Pearl to cars now. So where are we on that decision? Has it been done by your departments? Are you seeking feedback from council or something else?
Thanks for the question, Ryan. And the answer is yes. We are seeking input from you all, from the Downtown Management Commission tomorrow and council on Thursday regarding the very passionate positions on a decision like reopening West Pearl Street to traffic. I do know, and I don't want to speak to Natalie and the transportation mobility team, the work lies in transportation's hands as far as what streets are closed to traffic and what ones are open based on a variety of things, whether there's a construction project going on. We've got 30th and Colorado is getting shut down, right, for a period of time to accommodate construction in that area. So I do know the ball is in motion. We are planning to reopen the street, and that is within the authority and the purview of the city as enabled by the Boulder Revised Code and the rules and delegations associated with what the city traffic engineer has authority over. And so based on the fact that the closure in existence in the first place happened very rapidly at the request of the businesses on West Pearl. It was closed in a manner that we never would have imagined ever closing a street, such an important segment of street in such rapid order without a thorough, comprehensive, exhaustive engagement process. I mean, just think about what this community went through on Folsom not so long ago, where there was a lot of intentional outreach done, and it still did not pan out the way that we all would have hoped. And so the original closure did not benefit from that level of work, and we need to acknowledge that. And that's why we did present the 4 categories in the way that we did is these are things that we know are impacts from the closure itself. There are certainly a lot of benefits, and we've been hearing a lot of both the perceived and the real benefits associated with this rapid action that was taken. But when it comes to thoughtful, inclusive, intentional planning processes to transform and impact any area of our community, all staff is asking for now is let's end this temporary closure that was associated with a public health emergency. And given the community's obvious appetite for exploration and desire for these types of spaces, let's create space for having that intentional, comprehensive process and conversation so that we can do this in a manner that does help to mitigate a lot of the issues that we are hearing with the format as it currently exists, without all that having to be happening in the background while we're having that conversation. I cannot imagine sending my staff out to have a genuine conversation with the business owner about thinking about landscaping and programming of the possibilities in the public right-of-way when the thing that they perceive to be the barrier between their success and failure right now is some concrete barriers. It makes that really challenging for staff to have a genuine conversation and engagement with a business owner in this current state.
So if I just want to try to clarify the answer to the question of where is this decision? I think, I'm actually not sure what I heard you say. I think, but what I'm trying to understand is, are you asking for direction from TAB or from council on just on the question of, yes, we're going to envision, a broader strategy, but for the immediate term, in terms of different things we could do, including keep the default as cars out while we still end the emergency order. Are you seeking direction on that, or would you say that you have made the decision? Natalie, I see your hands up. You want to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to chime in here. I think we're looking for input, and we will certainly share that with council. That is where we're at this point. And we're going to have, a similar conversation with council on Thursday night. So certainly we want, what we're trying to really, from the policy question, is we're trying to understand if there's a desire from TAB and council for us to move forward with a further analysis and engagement process around the West End.
I got that.
And if you have input to also share about us our, work to close or to reopen to vehicles, then that certainly share that input as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's the elephant in the room. For some reason, it seems like it's just really getting hard to talk about that. But yeah, that's the elephant in the room that I think is animating at least the comments I've heard so far. So yeah, just on the question of closing Pearl while we figure out what to do West Pearl. So I guess my second question, this is probably as good as we're going to get. It's just my guess, and I know the hour is ticking. So my next question is, the last count I saw of public comments that went to council on saying let's keep this open. Wow, I can't believe this is happening. This is like the greatest thing to happen to Boulder since I moved here. The last count I saw was at, I think, 300. What is that? Do you have an updated count on community letters of support?
So I think we are aware that there's probably a couple hundred or so folks that have written in. I don't know, what the breakdown is on that. So, but we are aware that lots of folks have been engaging with council over email, and our communications and engagement director is working on those responses to them.
Okay. So thank you for that. So there's not an obvious update on that, but then the I guess sort of a follow-up is, did you anticipate it? Like did Community Vitality or Transportation Advisory Board, did you anticipate this level of community just enthusiasm and say, wait, let's keep it like we did? I mean, did you expect that?
I'll take that. I mean, we certainly know that Boulder loves public spaces, and the 4 blocks of the Pearl Street Mall are probably some of the most loved public pedestrian spaces in the country, and we have long benefited from that. So I don't think it's a surprise at all that Boulderites understand and appreciate the value of well-designed pedestrianized spaces. And I think that it's inspiring that so many folks do see possibility on the West End, and the concept of an extended mall. And that is perfectly, and it's acceptable and it's appreciated that we have folks in our community who think about the world that way. There are a number of cities across the country that have tried pedestrian malls and pedestrianized spaces, and they've been unsuccessful. So we are very fortunate to be in a space where we have a 4-block, very successful pedestrian mall, and there is certainly an appetite for exploring additional pedestrianized spaces, and maybe that is on the West End, maybe it's somewhere else, maybe the East End, which hasn't had any major capital investments in over 20 years, is the ripe location for exploring pedestrianized spaces. And again, what we're asking for is input on what are the planning processes that TAB and council would like staff to pursue that can open that conversation to exploring those possibilities.
We'll get to that. Yeah, great. We'll get to that. I'm working on it. You know, it's just we've got some charter duties to understand this. So I guess I'll move on from this question. I'm not sure I heard the answer to, are we finding ourselves surprised with the community enthusiasm to keep it? I don't know that I'm surprised, but I do sort of feel taken aback that this happened so quickly, and now there's this great, you know, sort of rising of people saying, wait, what? That's going away? So in any case, I guess that's a comment. But I'll move on because I just have a couple more questions, and then Chris, I'll get to the feedback. Thank you for your patience. So I guess the next thing is, I thank you, Chris, for sharing the survey. So Chris, you shared the survey results itself via hotline today, and I believe all the TAB members have that. And so that just goes a little more in detail on the question by question of the survey, and then it has a compilation of 60 of the written comments. I did sort of jam on that, and was trying to just sort of read it as if I was doing the analysis. And I ended up kind of having a hard time squaring with the, I guess just the story that there's a preference for business wanting it to go back to cars. So for example, what I read, I can share this, but it was more than 60% of all the businesses wanted some form of vehicle closure on the West End. 44% wanted it to be permanent. That was of the 177 respondents question. I read more than 50% of West End businesses want some form of closure on the West End. And that was from the of all the West End businesses in particular question. And then I read about 65% said they said don't open it now, in terms of either leave the streets closed until a final decision has been made, or until October 31st. So that was the of the West End businesses in particular question. I also read through the survey comments, the itemized comments, and I did this fast, so I may have, you know, please forgive me if I'm a little bit off on this, but what I read was there were 60 comments, 25 of them were favorable to keeping Westboro closed to cars, 20% were favorable to reopening the cars. There was about 12 that were just, they sort of said different things. They were either not very decisive on that, you know, exact question, or they were mixed. And then 3 just, they said, thanks, you're wonderful. So I'm just wondering, you know, I don't want to duel on, like, you know, the exact statistical sort of summary of it, but I think no matter how you look at it, there's quite a few businesses who are saying, this is working great for us, we love it, let's keep it. So I'm just wondering, what do we say to them? And you know, in particular, these are folks in some of these comments who were saying, you know, this is we've adopted the new normal, and this is great. So I don't know, what's the message to them, and are they reflected in this decision? Or you can actually push back on my, you know, sort of analysis and premise if I've said anything else.
Thanks for the question, Ryan. So I would first caveat that all the surveys that have been performed are data inputs. They're not the data that we have used to move forward with an unpopular decision. They are inputs to the conversation, and what they tell us is that there's no consensus. We were not asking those questions or working with the Downtown Boulder Partnership in order to reach consensus. We wanted to get an understanding of the dynamic of how folks were feeling about the closed nature, especially after our April 19th meeting with council, where we also got mixed responses from council on what they desired for West Pearl once the emergency orders ended. And so it just helped us as another data point to communicate that there is no consensus on this issue. But all things equal, and knowing that the reasons that we closed the street in the first place was associated with the COVID-19 emergency orders in order to benefit largely restaurants who needed to expand out into the right of way in order to deal with reduced indoor capacities. Now that situation, that cause is behind us largely now. That is really what has led to our work to end the temporary closure associated with that. And does not mean that we can't have a conversation about reconfigurations and one-way possibilities. I know that there's a lot of ideas out there, and we've heard a lot of it tonight, and we certainly want to create space for those conversations and pursue those possibilities if they rise to the top through an intentional, thoughtful, comprehensive process.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And so I think what I'm hearing is a little different than what I maybe have to go back and read, or maybe it's an update. But I think what I'm hearing is it's not, you wouldn't assert that the business community is overwhelmingly or even majorly supporting this. It's more just that it's kind of mixed. It's people are all over the place, and the default is just sort of go back to where we were, and that's the reasoning. Okay, got it. So I'll ask, can I ask one more question, and then I'll leave you. I'll take you off the hook. And I'm not an attorney. I suddenly feel like I'm doing like anyway. So sorry if this is uncomfortable, but I'm being asked the question, so we have to get this. So my final question is, and this kind of gets to like why I'm pushing at this, like what's the default? Like why is the default the cars are coming back? And I'm just imagining the scenario where we do this multimodal analysis and we decide, yeah, it turns out basically all the comments we're getting now through city council are reflective of what the city wants, and holy cow, let's double the footprint of the car-free space in downtown Pearl, because that's what we're signing up. I'm just imagining the scenario that I think seems pretty feasible or foreseeable. And if we get to that place, can you imagine us going back to let's say we brought the cars back to West Pearl, then we're going to go back to those businesses and say, turns out we actually have to take the cars, we're getting rid of the cars again, or in some configuration, addressing this with the stakeholders, the ones, the third half-ish, whatever, who do want the cars to come back, going back to them and having a dialogue and saying, you know what, sorry. Or does it not seem like a more, I guess, kind of like a safer and an easier and a thing that would make it easier and safer for staff to have a dialogue if we kept it the way that it works, given that we're having a discussion about a wider analysis, such that would support a more objective kind of a final conclusion. So I guess critique my my idea.
No, I do not foresee that being an easier conversation, keeping it closed, especially through the winter months. I'm having a productive conversation with the businesses who are impacted most significantly by the closure in its current format. Again, the road was reconstructed in 2015 as a vehicle transit multimodal serving street. It is our very careful recommendation that it be allowed to return to its intended state as we explore possibilities for reconfiguration through the work that we've proposed ahead.
Okay, and doing that, just to tie it back to what you said before, just doing all that, acknowledging that it would be an uncomfortable conversation to go back to the businesses that are associated with the West Pearl side who have said to bring the cars back, and go back to them and say, we're actually gonna go back to the no cars thing.
I don't know that that's the conclusion I think that's a possibility. I know that we want to explore in the work ahead a number of options that could include seasonal weekend closures. Perhaps there's a possibility where we put automated bollards, and it's compared to turning into a pedestrian space like the 4 blocks of the Pearl Street Mall. Perhaps it's as easy as putting in some bollards that can come and go very easily without all of the work necessary to get a Jersey barrier out there and removed, that allows for these closures to exist when folks are desiring to be out in that space, so that it can be more dynamic. That's a possibility, and one of many that we want to explore in a process.
Got it. Okay, so I see there's 2 hands up. I have a few more, but if I could just quickly respond to Chris and then Trenny and Teal, Alex, if that's okay. So I guess I'll just make a comment on this, which is when the new council, the newly formed council came on board November, December of 2021, and they took on CAN, there was a big discussion about the can we do this? Can we have connected Core Arterial Network, the new plan for a citywide protected bikeway? There was a lot of discussion about can we do this? Because in the past, staff and council have kind of been, or I should say, staff has undertaken multimodal car light oriented initiatives, and then been pushed back, and then the council at the time, or I don't want to point fingers, but they were told go back, and there was, I think there is a modern consensus that that sort of caused some trauma to the city government that's trying to do multimodal initiatives. And the discussion in December 2021 was, okay, be bold, and we got your back. The city council saying to staff, and it's important that we have a steady, just sort of forward motion on all this. So I would just offer the opinion that I'm concerned if we are saying let's have a multimodal study for Pearl, like the downtown core, and that puts staff in the position of having to go back to businesses who we've just sort of given them whiplash twice, and now to say we might have to do this again. To me, it just feels like it would be setting staff up for a very awkward, if not worse, process. So that's just my opinion. I have more comments, but let me defer. Trini, did you want to go, and then Tila?
I'm sure. I mean, I'm just going to echo and give my opinion, because I hadn't given my opinion. I mean, as a safety advocate, as someone that's trying to look out for vulnerable users, if you want to use that word. I really don't like that word, but for users that are not in cars, and someone that wants to reduce our carbon footprint and wants to help the city reach our Vision Zero goals, I believe this space is so important because it sets a precedent. It's something that we have, we're seeing that people love and that people are cherishing as part of a community. And to go back, to me, is just, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And like Ryan said, I mean, maybe one of the solutions would be, in the meantime, instead of opening, just remaining closed to see what's going to happen, what we can fix of the things that these businesses that are opposing this closure, how we can better cater to them, and what we could do. I mean, I just don't see that, something that has been successful in our 4-block mall cannot be replicated here as a permanent thing. I think that we need these spaces, and our community is very, very happy. So I just don't. So my opinion, if is to just keep the place closed. I mean, it's just, I think it would be going back and not moving forward. So, Tila.
Thank you. Chris, I recognize that, the survey results, I think it's a fair thing to say that you didn't see unanimity for sure. But I think that Ryan's point is pretty well put, that there kind of was a consensus to keep the streets as they are for a little bit longer, maybe through the end of this summer, and maybe not stopping it right now. I think you have an excellent point about it being less popular over the winter. But I think that there's an opportunity here to take the next month or two to sort of tweak the designs, to feel out what does it look like to allow access for bus service or shared ride vehicles, along the 1100 block, 10,000 block, and then exiting through 10th Street or something, and then they could re-access those pre-existing ADA spaces. There are ways to be a little bit creative and to scale back what's happened without reverting entirely back to normal. And I think that would give the kind of signal that we're hoping you would give, that would say, yeah, we learned something pretty good here. We're on to something. We didn't get it perfect on an emergency basis, no big surprise. But I'm just cautioning that to revert it completely back to what it was before is giving up unnecessary ground. And then I have a question. Basically, I haven't heard a whole lot, and I don't recall what kind of lessons learned or outreach or whatever you have done with colleagues in Louisville, where of course they have a seasonal street closure and parklet program, and the city, my understanding is the city of Louisville provides and stores those platforms so that there's some unanimity in or uniformity in the design, and their, the curb height, and so some of the ADA and accessibility concerns are ameliorated. What have you learned from Louisville's example that we have already applied or have yet to apply here?
Thanks for the question, Tila. We are so excited to be able to offer a new outdoor dining pilot program for the first time. That is a huge accomplishment and something that we are very happy to be coming out of COVID and being able to offer some transformation in the community. We have, of course, definitely been in conversations with our colleagues in Louisville. It's a different scale. They have a very small area. It is the bane of some of their existence. They will admit that, but I think it does contribute to the vitality of the space, and nobody could argue with that. And that's really the model that we are trying to go for with our outdoor dining program. Of the 32 businesses that applied, a third of them are participating in the city's bulk purchase. And so we will have high quality, uniform parklet extensions all over town. Mostly in the downtown. There are a few on the Hill, and then some applications on private property elsewhere around the city. But we are very much looking forward to being able to deliver a very similar type program for businesses that are participating in that.
Becky?
Yeah, thanks everyone for the questions. It's been really helpful. And Chris, I was interested to hear when you mentioned that, like the survey data wasn't necessarily the overriding factor, any one of those survey data points. But I think what makes it kind of challenging to, have to feel good about this sort of discussion around this information is that a lot of, especially in the memo we received, is very heavily focused on the business performance and what the data says, and it quotes the Downtown Boulder Partnership and a quote that actually says, that their belief is the main criteria for the success of reallocating space on a public street is the success of the businesses around it. And while I strongly want the success of the businesses around it, and my office recently moved to downtown Boulder after being away for a couple of years, and I was ecstatic, right? Because it was just so much more fun to be downtown and way more accessible in terms of transit and bicycling than our old office was in East Boulder. But I don't like the idea that the number one criteria is the success of the businesses, because the number one criteria is safety. It's people staying alive on our streets, and it's people not getting hurt, and it's equity between people traveling in different ways. And I echo Tila's point about equity cannot just be about business equity. It's about equitable access for different modes, and we know that that's not the case, right? That's not how our city was not built for equitable access for different modes. Like no city in the US really was, at least cities that were, built in the last 80 years. So, I think that emphasis on this is what this group says, and we've talked to this group a lot, and here's their data, and here's the plans they're going to do. It just feels so heavily weighted towards one. It sounds like there is community engagement, but only with this section of the community. And it's not necessarily representative of that entire community either. And so that just makes it feel really imbalanced. And I would have loved to see, for instance, the other data we know about crash data and injury data on the whole length of Pearl Street, or the parking analysis that we saw a few meetings back that showed that there's quite an oversupply of parking when you look at how empty a lot of the parking garages are in downtown. We saw 50% use. And so there's actually quite a lot of parking downtown, but maybe people aren't getting to it, in an efficient way. We discussed some of that a while back. Or for instance, how we evaluate the safety of this street with cars on it. It's having that much car activity doesn't make it an all ages and abilities safe street. So, if that information were also part of this context, in addition to this kind of very business-centric perspective, it would feel like a more complete conversation. and that we are thinking about our goals. But without that, it just feels so weighted in one direction that it's hard to feel like we really are trying to achieve those stated goals when all the facts we have related to them are, not included in any of this conversation. So I guess, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and Chris, definitely jump in here too. I mean, I don't think we disagree with anything you're saying. I think we want to, so first I'll just say, what we have been focused on the businesses because that was why we put the closure in place. And so, whether it's good or bad, that has been our focus because they are recovering from the pandemic, and that has been the focus. But I would say, we absolutely agree. We need more analysis. We want to engage with more folks across the community, hear from other businesses, and get more data around, other goal areas like safety. So I think we want to do all that. That's just, we're proposing to do that through the analysis. And so I think we agree, largely around what needs to be studied and what we need to be looking at and who we need to be listening to. It's just a matter of, during that time, we're proposing that we have the street reopen to vehicles. So I'll leave it at that. Chris,
I think some of that exists, right? Like the parking study was done, so we know about parking utilization. I realize not necessarily on a sort of micro scale for these few blocks, but like it would just be context that would be really helpful. Or like I would, especially if it's going in front of council, I would like council to know that the design of this street as it was for cars was not created for all ages and abilities multimodal access. That's like with the high utilization of parking and the amount of volume of cars, like that's not how it was designed initially. And so you wouldn't necessarily expect someone like a lot of people to feel comfortable biking on it necessarily. Like that kind of information to give context on, what this sort of balance is between what we do know, even though there are things we don't. So I just love to see more of that sort of brought in during these conversations. It would just feel more balanced using what we already have.
I think those are all great suggestions. I certainly welcome a look back onto any sort of documented crash history on this segment of Pearl Street versus east downtown segment of Pearl Street. And I'd say that, as Natalie said, that would be something that we would look into in this analysis of understanding, are there actually realized safety improvements on this stretch that have mitigated some sort of crash that's happened in the past, or are there other locations that are having now crash experiences as a result of the closure, or what is the problem that we're trying to solve here? And when it comes to serving the businesses, I think it's really important to clarify that when you look at the 4 blocks of the mall, those improvements were paid for by the adjacent property owners. The businesses built the mall in the first place. I would probably, if we were to venture into a Pearl Street Mall extension, we would likely again do a property tax assessment on the adjacent properties to build such a thing on the west end. And so building off of that history and that knowledge that the downtown businesses built the improvements that we've all come to love, it is so imperative that we take into consideration their success in these decisions that we're making, because if they are not successful, then they're not going to be able to produce the revenues that are needed to help pay for the infrastructure that we are possibly envisioning for the space.
Yeah, I guess the last thing I'll just add, I think there's a lot to discuss there, but I think I'll just add lastly that not just the documented crash data, but also what we consider to be a standard for an all ages and ability accessible street based on volume and frequency of curb usage, other factors that whether or not the crashes happen, like whether or not we consider that makes somebody comfortable being on that street. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Becky, because Iris doesn't have much of a crash history, but it's sure not an all ages and ability facility, for instance.
Thank you. Ryan, I think you had some questions earlier and some concluding thoughts now.
Thanks, Alex. Okay, yeah, I have a few constructive comments, and it's late. Well, it's late in the hour for today, and it's late in the hour for Chris, you, Natalie, to get prepared to get to talk to council, and then for them to take it up. So I'll just I'll get right into it. And I have 4 comments. Okay, so the first one is, what do we have here? What are we talking about? And I think it's clear that part of it is the emergency order, and that's over, and that some kind of transition needs to happen. So I think we can all stipulate that. But there is a profound decision, a profound values decision here, or at least a strategic decision regarding what is going to happen immediately to West Pearl Street with respect to opening back to cars or leaving it as it is. That decision will have a lot of consequences, or a lot of potential consequences, with respect to public opinion for future support of multimodal initiatives and our staff's ability to work on multimodal initiatives in that space. Story of what we're doing as a city. It's a far-reaching decision on what it means. And when we say in the same memo, or the same sort of proposal, that we're interested in staff's interested in a wider movement or a study towards a multimodal direction, it acknowledges that the stakes for this are pretty high. So this is an incredibly complicated decision, has a huge breadth of issues on the table, a bunch of subjective decisions and values involved that are political in nature. So my first conclusion of my first comment is, I think you should rework the question to council to say, we acknowledge there are some real consequences to bringing cars back right now. And council, you have a decision to make. You have a decision to make about how you want to proceed, given the way that this could potentially impact those broader issues, including talking to the public who have just beating down your door to hear about this. So that's my first comment. Second comment is, I want to express my opinion that I think this process is moving out of sequence, and it's not clear to me that we have gone through the procedural steps needed for staff to have a recommendation that's so centered in parking and traffic management, and which affects so much of our community, without having involved TAB to date. Just for the record, it is established in TAB's charter, in code section 2-3-14, that we have TAB has a statutory responsibility to review, monitor, and propose changes to the transportation master plan, including without limitation policies for automobiles, pedestrians, bicycles, transit, parking, and greenways. Also to work with individual citizens, neighborhood groups, and transportation staff to develop and recommend criteria by which to guide neighborhood traffic mitigation projects. Thirdly, to advise, this is not exactly in order of the code, but I'm just picking the key points. Thirdly, to advise council and the planning board about alternative transportation programs and to track the modal shift goal of our TMP. And also to review and provide recommendations to the city manager concerning policy issues, including without limitation, traffic engineering, parking, and alternative transportation. So this decision, yes, this is about dealing with the sunsetting of an emergency measure, but it's also about transportation. And I don't think I need to make a case for that, but I will just point out that it is literally about cars and parking in the center of our town, and the whole town is interested in the topic. And I don't expect transportation, and certainly not TAB, to dictate what happens, but this issue straightforwardly has an impact on our TMP goals, on council's work plan item of CAN, and it's a transportation issue of major interest to community members, far beyond the downtown core businesses. We didn't get a recommendation on this until 5 p.m. last Wednesday, essentially 3 business days ago, and council's hearing matter this week. And moreover, I read about this decision been already having made in the press last Wednesday morning, with a quote, Chris, from you, that said staff had made the decision. And that was before we even got there had been any official note out, including to TAB. So, and before and after that, TAB has asked to be involved in this decision at multiple points. this body, I don't have to sing accolades, but this TAB body has a significant expertise in transportation that includes professional discernment about how transportation impacts all of the systems of our community, including business, but critically not just business, and taking more of a systems view. So we are required by charter to advise council on these matters, and we're trying to do it, but I don't feel that we've been properly engaged in it. So we've asked for a public hearing. We're declined last week, being told there's no formal council or TAB action on this at the moment. There's no need for public hearing. When council takes action, then we would ask for TAB to make a recommendation to council. In that case, we would hold a public hearing. I'm not sure how that would work since the decision is Thursday, but just want to express that I don't think this process that we're following is associated with the intent or the requirements of having an advisory board for transportation. And I just don't know how it goes to council as a recommendation in this form. So you could, anyway, I'll leave it at that. You don't have to respond, but I want that to be on the record that I don't think this decision is ready to go to council. That's just my personal opinion. I've got two more, and then I will get off the floor here. The third one is I also, for the record, there in the memo, there was a reference, I think, sorry, it was Becky here, I'm not sure who said this, but there was a reference to this quote from the Downtown Boulder Partnership, which said, the criteria for success of repurposing any street in the public right of way within a commercial district needs to be measured by the revenue of the impacted business. As obvious as that assertion might be, it cannot be overstated. Based on this available data to date, West End Street closure has not been a success. That quote is attributed to urban planner and author of the acclaimed book Walkable City, Jeff Speck. And it really boils down to one of the key kind of reasonings of the document. I read that maybe the second or third time, and I thought, wait a second, would Jeff Speck really come down? Would he really come down on bring back the cars? And no, he has since clarified, and there's a Twitter, best we could get was a Twitter thread on Sunday, but he had said, no, there's more to it. You can see the Twitter thread, but he said, I also suggested to DVP two other things: do a proper apples test of revenue with and without cars now, and determine at the city council level whether other priorities might trump business revenue, for example, sustainability and equity. So I think that that's the correct answer, which is the decision about the fate of West Pearl, what we do with it right away, concerns not only the narrow question of business revenue for the curbside businesses, but really the direction of the values that the city goes with respect to its plans for the CAN and the TMP. So I'll leave it at that. I just want to offer that for the record. And I suppose the fourth one, and this is my final thing, I sort of have a summary of observations and recommendations that I circulated with TAB, just individual TAB members just prior to the meeting. I don't expect anybody will have had a chance to look at them, but I was sort of imagining what the questions and answers would look like in this hearing. I haven't heard anything that really changed what I'd sent there. So I think that the hour is so short that I don't know what to do other than say, if folks want to send me one-way feedback on that, please do, and then I can incorporate, and if there's any co-signers, let's do it. Alternatively, if this decision were to get pushed to another council meeting or delayed, we would have more time to, I think, do this together. But anyway, that's sort of where I'd leave it at that. And I'm happy to, if there's any kind of like procedural questions or thoughts on how to tackle that, on TAB actually giving our advice to council on an issue that we don't have a hearing for, but which council is hearing on Thursday, my ears are wide open.
So Ryan, there's definitely nothing stopping you from sending this on your own behalf, as opposed to representing that it, is representative of the views of TAB. I haven't had a chance to fully read it because we've been in the meeting. So whether you get, substantive feedback or not from individual members of TAB, if you just decide you want to take it and submit it on your own, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. And you would be, I think, an influential voice.
Agreed. Thanks, Hila. I haven't given it a look, but I will do so. I think let's use our time let's respect staff's time and proceed with our business that we have. And then later we can, hopefully everyone can give that a quick look if they haven't done so already. And we can figure out who, if anyone wants to co-sign that, as well as think through if we want to send a representative from TAB to the council meeting on Thursday, if invited or if welcomed, to share the perspective. And so thank you, Natalie and Chris. I know this ran long, and Meredith, we always appreciate what you do. I don't know how you're gonna summarize this one.
Thanks, everybody.
All right,
Thanks,
next
Chris.
up, we have a public hearing on our design and construction standards update. This is the second phase of this most recent endeavor. This is a public hearing, so Garrett Slater is going to provide us with a presentation on the topic. Then there will be an opportunity for members of the board to ask clarifying questions. At that point, we'll open it up to a public hearing where interested members of the public will have up to 3 minutes to speak. And then TAB, we're being asked to make a formal recommendation here. So at the end of our discussion, we'll provide our advice to council. Turn it up to you, Garrett.
Thank you. Garrett Slater, Principal Transportation Projects Engineer. And first, I'd like to make sure that you can see my screen.
We can, Garrett.
Okay, thank you. All right. I am joined this evening with Edward Stafford, from the Planning and Development Services Department, who is the Development Review Manager for P&DS. And so we're here to talk about the DCS update, as well as request a recommendation to Planning Board and City Council. And so the agenda for what we'd like to review with you this evening is to talk about the purpose and background, the timeline and community engagement, and then the final proposed changes where we've landed, and then hold the public hearing, and then have your consideration of a recommendation to Planning Board and Council. So the purpose and background of this effort is to update portions of the DCS as well as the Boulder Revised Code so that our practices and our standards are consistent with best practices for safety, mobility, sustainability, and quality within our transportation infrastructure. And for the members of the board that are newer, it might be beneficial to understand that all public improvements constructed within the right-of-way, whether they be funded by public dollars, which come through our capital improvement program, or through private investment. An example of that, it would be in the Boulder Junction area, where there's been significant private development investment, that when there are improvements happening within our public right-of-way, that those improvements are implemented by a set of common standards and guidelines. And the design and construction standards are a subset of the Boulder Revised Code that we follow on implementing these projects. And so the effort over the last year plus has been focused on updating our street geometric standards, our landscaping standards, site triangles, which are contained within the Boulder Revised Code, and the associated drawings that go along with the narrative sections of the standard documents, which are found in Chapter 11. So this Phase 2 update has been part of a larger effort of updating the standards in an incremental way. I will get to the next slide here and talk about our timeline, which describes that we started this effort in the spring of last year, and we spent from spring and summer of last year through spring of this year working toward the 60% level recommendations, and then have worked since that time to update and move toward the 90% recommendations that we have gotten concurrence from our executive sponsors, and are now here this evening to seek your recommendation on the update and carry them forward into City Council with a work plan item identified in 2023 to carry on additional updates of the DCS and the Boulder Revised Code. Throughout this effort, we have had various points of engagement with the community, and that's taken place with an online questionnaire. We've held office hours with project staff, and we've also met directly, sometimes one-on-one and sometimes via virtual format with members of Community Cycles, CDOT, RTD, the Center for People with Disabilities, and with the development community represented primarily via the Chamber of Commerce. So key areas that we have heard from include the desire to narrow lane widths to slow vehicle traffic, minimize the number of left turn lanes, supporting additional raised crossing details, minimizing corner radii to make intersections safer for all users, and building facilities that we can maintain. I'm pleased to say that these are all items that we have updated within the DCS, and other items that have been identified for update are concern about pedestrians and people with disabilities being able to safely and navigate traffic circles. There are a number of other items that we expect to be able to address in future updates of the DCS. So the primary principles which we have used as we go through this incremental update effort is obviously keeping paramount the Transportation Master Plan and Vision Zero goals to reduce through and turning speeds, to increase the separation of users, and to reduce or eliminate conflict points in both time and space, and then to be mindful of our sustainability framework of making sure that we have a forest that is both sustainable, something that we can maintain, and that we also have consistency in our plantings and our urban design. So the key areas, as noted, that are included in this update are the street geometric design, the streetscape design and tree locations, as well as the associated standards, and the site triangles and landscaping included in the Boulder Revised Code. So we'll take a deeper look at each of these areas now. So within section 207, the street geometric design, we have updated content related to lane widths and separated bike lanes, corner radii, road width tapers, as well as left turn lanes. So with specifically on lane widths, we have reduced vehicle lane widths with the anticipated benefit to yield slower vehicle speeds. And we've also provided clarity on bicycle lane widths, providing standard widths as a function of the type, whether they're conventional, buffered, separated, parking protected, to prioritize bicyclist safety and comfort. And as an example, here is an entirely new updated table 2.5 within the DCS that provides an illustration of the type of content that has been updated to reflect our goals of having DCS standards that are consistent with our TMP goals and policies, as well as the low stress walk and bike network. And also just an example of how we've also integrated feedback from various stakeholders to align the variety of perspectives with our best practices. So separated bike lanes, the benefit here is providing designers with more nuanced information about bike lane design to yield more consistent expectation on how separated bike facilities are implemented and are comfortable for all ages and abilities. With corner radii, the anticipated benefit is slowing turning speeds at intersections, as well as reducing crossing distances for pedestrians and cyclists at intersections to make it a more comfortable and safe experience. So this is an example of a table. This that reflects the revisions. So when you have intersecting streets, as well as the typology that accompanies that type of street, you can see the type of radii that are being recommended, and with the goal being that we want to pay attention to actual radius versus effective radius. And you can see that on this next illustration with these new figures that are now added to Chapter 2 that depict how corner radii can be designed and implemented to give that additional space for all users at intersections. With regard to road width tapers and left turn lanes, we have eliminated bike lane designs with abrupt tapers to make shifting from within a bicycle lane a more comfortable experience. And within left turn lanes, reducing the number of left-hand turn lanes at intersections helps us to reduce crossing distances. And just as a point and an example of how we have given consideration to community input and feedback, the 60% recommendations included left turn lanes that said that when there's a triple left being considered, that should go for director approval only. And so we've added a statement that dual lanes also should be only approved by director approval alone. In section 211, and I want to make the point here that the majority of our focus has been on section 207 with the purpose of making sure that we're updating the geometric standards that are directly applicable to making pedestrian and cycling facilities more usable for all ages and abilities. And when we make these changes, sometimes there's a ripple effect throughout the entirety of a document. And so as a result of that, we needed to make sure that we provided additional clarity and guidance in some other sections as a result of these changes. So in section 211, we have some revisions that are incorporated for bike lanes at driveways and separated bike lanes at intersections. And so what we want to do is make sure that we're providing good examples of how to maintain good sight lines and distances at driveways and intersections, and making sure that we're keeping users in space and separated in a way that they, again, achieves the goal of providing a comfortable facility for all users. This is illustrated by these new figures that have been added to Chapter 2 that depict the interaction with a protected bike lane in a driveway, as well as at an intersection on corners where we're showing how to incorporate various treatment types, whether it's with raised concrete or paint and flexible delineators. We've also added section 214, which is focused on traffic calming, to provide guidance on neighborhood traffic circles. And the purpose here is to provide a standard way of implementing them so that they're consistent throughout the community. And so this is a new section. And then further, we've added new content with regard to raised crossings at mid-block crossings, as well as at intersections, so that we have a consistent treatment yielding compliance benefits at these locations. So the Chapter 11 content that's been updated is drawings that correspond to these intersection and protected treatment facilities, as well as we've provided updated drawings that cover multi-use path, separated bike lanes, bike cross sections for bike paths, and street cross sections for non-residential examples. So those are all included in the appendix that was provided along with the memo. So moving on to the other chapters that were updated, the landscape and streetscape revisions, we updated this to be consistent with our green infrastructure plan for landscapes and transportation right-of-ways and corridors, and to be consistent with parks and recreation and PNDS work efforts, all to make sure that we're being consistent with our overarching community and citywide goals for being sustainable with the type of plantings that we're putting in place to make sure that they can thrive and be successful. So here is a listing of the summary of sections and tables and topics that were updated as a part of both Chapter 3 and Chapter 10. And further providing an example of how the document was updated from the 60% milestone to the present. We've incorporated a standard drawing here that depicts how bus stop shelter, which is highlighted here on the lower left, bus stop shelters and boarding areas would be configured with relation to adjacent plantings. And then moving on to the updates of the site triangles, we have updated the 15 by 15 foot site triangle to be based upon the adjacent physical features such as a building. Previously, it was based off of a right-of-way line, and that made it challenging for staff to know precisely where to base that triangle on. And so we are modifying this portion of the code to have it based upon the physical feature. And then we've also updated the interaction with alleys and driveways at multi-use paths to change it from a 15 by 15 to a 15 by 96 foot triangle to increase the visibility of users of the multi-use path and interactions with driveways and alleys. So that's an overview of the changes and how we've modified the update effort from the 60% milestone to the present. And where we're currently at is looking to go to planning board in the first part of October, and then go to city council for a public hearing and approval in December and November, and then look to implement in 2023 and make it formally part of the documents. So I'm happy to take any questions that you might have about the information that's been presented.
Thanks, Garrett. Any clarifying questions from Tab? Let's start with Tila.
Thank you, Garrett. There's a question occurred to me with respect to the optional truck apron shown on the traffic circle design. But the bigger question for me sort of is, do these changes specify what the default design should be? So for instance, should we usually assume that there's a truck apron and then have to justify taking it out? Or should we assume it's usually a traffic circle with no truck apron, but for whatever reason, we might opt to put one in? Do these revisions answer that question?
Yes, I believe that the standard is showing that the apron would be optional, depending on the nature of the specific geometry located at the particular intersection at which it's being implemented.
Okay, so does that mean it says, you know, at where an intersection where the two streets are of XYZ width, you should include a truck apron?
Correct.
Okay, excellent. And I think that the change to have both a double and a triple left turn be approved by director, I think that's new, right? It was previously just a triple.
Correct.
I love it. Thank you. Last question, kind of along these lines. Do these changes suggest that for a street of a particular width or speed, that a level of protection for bike lanes should be default? You know, should it be buffered versus protected based on the strict geometric criteria of the street?
That is not part of the update here. So that information would be found in the low stress walk and bike network.
Okay, gotcha. And are these changes, I know that they're not sort of retroactive, we're not going to go and rebuild anything, but they would be the new standard if an intersection gets redesigned or redeveloped. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thanks, Tila. I was also glad to see that double left turns require director approval, because those things they prioritize cars and are detriments to every other cause we have. They cost a lot of money to maintain, and they're unsafe, especially for people crossing. Can you say which director has to approve that? As a director of transportation mobility or a different director within the public works department?
So the way the DCS reads right now, it's the director of the Public Works Department. And so that's an item that is being reviewed by the city attorney's office. And as I noted, I'm joined by Edward Stafford here, and he might be able to speak to that particular issue more directly, as I believe, and I should just say, Edward, could you please chime in on this? I don't want to say anything that's not correct.
Certainly. So the DCS itself is the Public Works Director, which is a defined term for the Boulder Revised Code. With some of the reorganization, that's not as clear. And so we're looking that we will update that definition in the definition section to make it clear that it is as has been designated or delegated by the city manager, which is fairly typical on the rest of the Boulder Revised Code. We would anticipate an issue like this would likely be delegated to either transportation and mobility or to a director who has responsibility to the DCS. In any case, the director of transportation and mobility would have strong input to that decision, and again, likely would be the one to make the decision.
Okay, thanks. Kayla? Any other clarifying questions from members of TAB?
Sorry, I just forgot to put my hand back down. I'm done.
No worries. If there aren't any more clarifying questions from TAB, I'll turn to Nathan to help us open it up for a public hearing.
Wonderful. If members of the public would like to speak on this item, we'll do the same system we did at public comment, where you will raise your hand using the raise hand function in Zoom. I will call on you and allow you to speak, and you'll have 3 minutes, and I'll put a timer up on the screen. So go ahead and raise your hand now. I see Chuck is the first to raise his hand up. Chuck, I'm going to ask you to speak. I'm going to start the timer and say whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. My name is Chuck Brock, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Community Cycles Advocacy Committee. Over the last several months and really years, disrupted by COVID, we've been communicating with transportation staff regarding these revisions to the design and construction standards. These are mind-numbingly detailed standards that together help to define how our streets are designed and really how safe they are. The current revisions are really limited to very specific subsections of the DCS. And we're very pleased to see this process moving forward. And we'd like to thank the transportation staff who have been very willing to consider our detailed comments on these limited revisions. There's been a lot of back and forth with Community Cycles, and we truly appreciate it. We don't necessarily agree on all the final decisions from these discussions, but we do feel that our input has been appropriately considered and in good faith. So thank you. We support many aspects of the DCS revisions, including standards for separated bike infrastructure, the bicycle lane width requirements, the reduced turn radii at corners, improvements to the lane width tables for residential streets, and many other really thoughtful improvements. We do have a few criticisms. I guess our largest disappointment is really with the scope of the revisions, because it results in very incremental rather than wholesale improvements to how our streets are going to look. For example, traffic calming elements are not considered in the current revision, but they should really be integral to street typologies and not add-on features. We're also disappointed that the revision did not address sidewalk standards at all, even though some very simple changes could really do a lot to improve Boulder's walkability, including just sidewalk width for one. Another disappointment is that the size of the truck that's considered as a design vehicle to be accommodated on residential streets is the existing large SU30 UPS truck, rather than the smaller DL23 delivery vans as recommended by NACDO. We feel like we should build our streets not to accommodate UPS's preferences, but to achieve our desire to have a 20 is plenty environment. So we do ask that TAB advise city staff to include the comments in our written statement to the maximum extent possible during the next stages of DCS revisions for those topics that aren't covered by these revisions. In particular, we feel the revisions discussed tonight should not be considered to be written in stone, but there could be ripple effects from further changes to the DCS as it's updated, and we should allow these current change standards to be updated as needed. And we hope this could all be followed by further revisions to the Boulder Revised Code that would describe the specifics of when and where these engineering standards should be applied so that we can achieve our transportation, our Vision Zero, our climate and livability goals. These standards control really how our streets are designed, and we need to consider the larger picture of how the code interacts with them to achieve our objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck, for speaking with us tonight and the involvement you've had throughout this process. It's helped us get some important perspective.
That's all the public comment hands I see raised. Oh, one more moment. I see another hand. Lynn, I'm going to ask you to unmute and restart the timer whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I think it'd be great if you had some kind of technical details explained in either in some kind of a workshop for the public, because, you know, I don't know what an apron is except the one that I wear in the kitchen. And I can see flashing by, you know, your imagery, but I'm covering, you know, I'm following 8 boards here, you know, and that's a lot to do. And so I need things like really clear to be able to understand the technical details, to be able to make the recommendations that the person before made. But I can tell you from the elephant in the room situation is CU South is going to change all of this, everything. And put, you know, narrowing streets is something you can do when you're shrinking your community. And CU is expanding their enrollment, not shrinking it, and it should be shrunken, not stabilized, shrunk. And as far as the West Pearl situation, to all these improvements that Garrett was bringing up tonight are great, but when in fact you're providing more parking, you're putting more demands on the system and more infrastructure, and these things cost my tax money, and I don't want that spent inefficiently. You know, we have a nice mall, you know, like, I guess there's been outrage about it, which of course I was outraged as well as everyone else. I mean, my brother said, well, hell, let's take down the Pearl Street Mall. Why should we have the Pearl Street Mall at all? Let's get rid of it too, you know? And it made me think, yep. It's like these guys are just, you know, I guess we just need another epidemic that's a really bad one this time that'll like really force us to do things differently. But, you know, I never suggested this outdoor situation at all. We need heat recovery ventilator systems for the indoor part of the restaurants for the winter too. But it happened to be a nice side trip that the outdoor space has opened up, and it gives us some of, you know, I've just been listening to the budget, and it's like, it's all based on sales tax revenue. And what parking is going to give us more than sales tax revenue when we've got enough parking in the caged places? Like, what is wrong with this picture? You know, and you want 20 is 20. You're not going to get 20 is 20 when you support CU South and when you're not even consulted on the West Pearl Mall. You should have had electric shuttles coming from way east decades ago. That's how you do a Pearl Street Mall. Yeah, it's all about the money. It's all about the budget. And
appreciate you joining us, Lynn.
That's all the public comment I see.
Thank you, Nathan. With that, I'll open it up for tab deliberation. I think I'm ready to support this. How do others feel? Fila?
I'm just curious if staff has any response to Chuck's critique about the design vehicle not being the ideal design vehicle supported by NECT. I don't know anything about it.
So the SU30 is one that is, and we appreciate the comment that we heard from Community Cycles, and also just want to explicitly state that we appreciate them being a partner in this process and for their passion for having a set of standards that help us fulfill our goals as a community. To answer your question specifically, we wanted to make sure that we, as we went through this update, we're able to provide a set of standards that work for the smallest typical truck type that we typically see. And we appreciate the guidance that's included in the NACTO street design guide that makes reference to the DL23. So I think as part of our community engagement effort, we'd heard for various folks on the Chamber of Commerce side of things about the desire to accommodate that SU30 as a smaller vehicle because of it being representative of, for example, trash trucks and emergency vehicles, and perhaps as well representative of the turning movements required of transit vehicles. So that was sort of the thought that went into the SU30 as opposed to the DL23. And so I'm certainly mindful of the goals that the DL23 would comprise and I think that would be a point of conversation for a future update.
Any other tab discussion?
I just wanted to add my thanks for the changes that were made since our last discussion of this. So thanks a lot for incorporating this.
Thanks, Becky. If there are no more comments, I'll open it up to a motion.
I'm never sure how to phrase it, but I'll give it a try. I move to approve the new DCS standards.
In our memo, it provides the recommendation that staff recommends approval of the proposed revisions to the DCS to the excuse me, Planning Board and City Council.
Thanks. I was looking through the memo to see where that page was. It wasn't where I was expecting it to be.
Becky, do you accept my friendly amendment?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes.
I second the motion.
Awesome. It sounds like a recurring thing with this is that there's always an appetite for an expanded scope, and we certainly understand and respect the limited scope of this one. I would hope that the next go around, we perhaps look at the structure of the document itself, and then some of the additional things that I think could be pretty simple, like sidewalks have come up both last go around and this go around. So hopefully we can get to all of it. All of those in favor? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thanks. Passes unanimously. Thanks, Garrett. Thanks, Edward.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move to matters. First from staff. It looks like Valerie Watson's here and unmuted to share an update on the for project number 4.
How are we doing on screen share? Are you seeing a presentation? We are. Okay, great. Okay. Well, good evening, members of TAB. I'm Valerie Watson, Transportation Planning Manager with the City of Boulder. I'm joined tonight by Garrett Slater, Principal Transportation Projects Engineer. This evening, we'll focus in on our staff recommendations for the DRCOG Transportation Improvement Program, call number 4. And before that, we have some updates to share on the TIP call number 2 and number 3, and we'll conclude with next steps for call number 4 and seek your input and feedback. First, we have some great news to share. As Jean Sanson had previewed in August, if you haven't already heard, we had a very successful application cycle with call number 2. Leveraging $1,680,000 in local dollars plus a $1,500,000 match from CDOT on Broadway, we were awarded $6,402,000 in grant dollars for all 3 projects that we applied for. And we received full funding for the Broadway Transit Priority Intersections Project and the 30th Street Preliminary Design Project. For baseline, just a slight reduction of funding, just about $300,000 less than the original ask, which will still allow for a very robust scope for that project. And although the full DRCOG board will vote to approve these projects later this month on the 21st, that is more of a procedural vote. And we expect that this will remain the outcome for these projects. And we appreciate TAB's feedback on this cycle. We're excited to see work on these projects commence once they have been formally adopted into the DRCOG TIP and STIP, which takes around 8 months. And once the intergovernmental funding agreements are in place, so we're anticipating around spring 2024 when we can start work. And now let's turn our attention to TIP Call 3. As a reminder, this is a regional call cycle where municipalities coordinate together on joint applications for projects of regional benefit. Projects that have already been approved by local elected officials are eligible in this call cycle, and each subregion is only allowed to submit 3 applications total. And this must be agreed to by the governing subregional forum. So we should know that these projects have gone through the approval process with the subregional TAC, Technical Advisory Committee, and onto the subregional forum on which our Boulder Council member Nicole Spear sits. So for this cycle, call number 3, we will be participating in 3 potential applications. First, Boulder County is the lead on an application for the diagonal that will focus on multimodal bus and bikeway improvements between Niwot and Airport Road. Second, the city of Longmont is partnering with us to bring BAT lanes to Colorado 119 within Longmont's boundaries, and a number of improvements along 119 within city of Boulder boundaries relating to bus efficiency and bicycle connectivity at the terminus of this regional project. And third, Boulder County is the lead on an application for a BRT starter service along Colorado 7 that will serve Brighton all the way to downtown Boulder. We're excited at the prospect of these applications contributing to these future BRT and bikeway connections that are of such high value to our transportation master plan goals of reducing single occupancy vehicle trips related to intercity travel. Okay, so let's switch gears to the main topic tonight, call number 4. So as you remember from the presentation in August delivered by Jean Sanson, we're anticipating the opening of this call cycle later this year with applications due in January, early next year. Because this is a sub-regional call, we'll be seeking your recommendation after we conduct the required step of community engagement, followed by City Council endorsement in December. And as a refresher, these are the criteria that you have seen before. Just like sub-regional call number 2, there's a strong emphasis on sub-regional impact. And we're also applying essentially the same internal criteria for project selection as in call number 2. Just as another refresher, staff shared our initial staff project list with you in August, and we've since added the additional projects to the evaluation based on your input in that meeting. And we would like to thank TAB for your proposals on potential corridors to look at for this call, especially your local knowledge and insights. Here are the results of our evaluation. And before we dive into more details, we wish to note that there are limited dollars in this 4th call cycle and relaxed requirements as compared to the 2nd call. So we expect more applications and competition overall in this cycle amongst the different cities. That means we need to be really strategic in both the number and the scope of our submittals. One other thing to note is that there will be a wait list formed in this cycle, and a good chance that if projects on the wait list, they could be called up when or if there's additional funding that's freed up. All this said, it's staff's recommendation that we submit no more than 3 capital projects, and I think we can squeak in a design-only project to maximize our success. Lastly, note that one of the projects offered by TAB in August, Colorado 119 from 28th to Independence Road in Boulder, that will be covered by the joint Longmont-Boulder call number 3 application that I just presented a couple slides back. So, all right, the 4 projects that we would like to initiate the required community engagement process on are highlighted in yellow here on the screen. And as you can see, they are scoring markedly higher than the other projects under consideration. And it's our hope that we can maximize our competitiveness with these selected projects. So here's a closer look at the projects that staff recommends be the focus of this 4th call cycle. So Colorado Arapahoe Avenue and 30th Street multimodal intersection, West Colorado Avenue multimodal improvements from Regent to Folsom, 30th Street multimodal improvements from Baseline Road to Colorado Avenue, and Folsom Street multimodal improvements pre-design covering Pine Street to Colorado Avenue. The 4 projects shown in the solid blue lines on this exhibit, and then there's also the non-selected projects that are shown in dashed blue. The CAN network is shown in that glowing yellow color. At the high level, these 4 are all found along a NAMS or a CAN corridor, or both, a good blend of competitiveness for the application and meeting our council priorities to accelerate implementation of arterial improvements. Next, let's look at these 4 projects a little closer and some updates since we last spoke in August. As shown on this map, the projects recommended by staff for this 4th tip call for projects complete key connections along the core arterial network. Aside from scoring well in our project selection methodology, these projects are also of high value to not only the CAN, but our transportation master plan goals of creating low stress connections that will contribute to mode shift and thereby reducing vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. When you look at how these 4 projects relate to projects that are funded in call number 2, shown in light blue on the map, as well as the pending applications in call number 3, shown in light green, as well as projects that are recently implemented or in final design, shown in a salmon color, you get an even better picture of how these 4 selected projects close critical connectivity gaps in the CAN network. And it's really exciting how this focus on 30th, Colorado, and Folsom will address some pretty important parts of the network and give us the capital dollars we need to continue building world-class infrastructure. Let's look at Colorado Avenue. As shown in this exhibit, we have a lot of ongoing work from Regent to 30th, shown in the salmon color. And there are key connections to CU's East Campus via buff bus along this segment as well, shown in yellow, and multi-use path connections to critical off-street bicycle and walking infrastructure, shown in dark green. For this call cycle, we will focus over on the west side of this corridor with both the West Colorado project from Folsom to Regent, shown in the solid blue, as well as the pre-design application for Folsom, shown in the dashed blue. With the West Colorado project, there is the potential for a sequence of 4 protected intersections from Folsom to 30th through the near term and the TIP projects. And there are bus-only lanes proposed for all projects to serve buff bus routes that loop into CU East. Staff is currently working on scope revisions for the application due in January that will hopefully shave anywhere from $1 to $2 million off the total project cost. And we now have a high level of confidence that we can reduce right-of-way acquisition costs through reconfiguring the layout and lane striping, or the operational concept for this project. And again, we want to thank TAB members for your feedback along the way on this project so we can use our local dollars in the best way. For the 30th Street corridor, the segment of focus is Colorado to Baseline. We're currently constructing improvements along 30th from Arapahoe to Colorado, and we were funded for Arapahoe all the way up to the diagonal in call number 2. And note, we're also seeking funding in this call for the 30th and Arapahoe intersection, which we should remember is valuable not only for the Arapahoe corridor, but also for completing this almost 3-mile long 30th Street corridor. As a reminder, this project will construct raised, protected bicycle lanes and improve sidewalks. For the Arapahoe and 30th Street intersection project, we're also looking at how we can configure turn lanes and other operational considerations to reduce project cost. The overall intent of this project is to improve safety for bicyclists as well as people walking at this intersection. Although changes to Arapahoe would require coordination with CDOT, we're looking at the approaches to the intersection along 30th Street and how we can perhaps pursue a smaller scale project that can meet up with a project already underway from Colorado up to Arapahoe that will stop short of this intersection. So we're channeling some don't give up at the intersection guidance from NACDO with this. Over the next couple of months, we'll be refining the concept and looking at how we might reconfigure the left turn lanes and the bend of the bicycle lane approach to see if these refinements can lessen those right-of-way costs. So we're aiming for a cost more in the range of $2.5 million with this one, about half of what we originally presented to you all in August. And we'll know more by November when we revisit you all at TAB on our way to council. For Folsom Street, we'll be looking at the CAN identified segment from Pine to Colorado, meeting up with the existing protected bike lanes and crossing improvements north of this segment between Pine and Valmont. And we wish to thank TAB for nudging staff to consider TIP as a source of funding for this CAN priority corridor. Seeking pre-design funding aligns with our overall CAN work plan schedule, and because we have not yet completed any pre-design or conceptual design work and associated community engagement, staff recommends seeking design dollars in this TIP call, as we would not have a competitive app if we had really sought construction dollars due to the project readiness and application criteria. So and on another note, Iris, another CAN priority corridor, scored similarly to Folsom. And although it did score similar, we're already initiating design and community engagement on Iris this winter. That's part of our CAN work plan schedule. So we decided against selecting it for this cycle of TIP, as it would slow progress that we hope to make with the local dollars we've already allocated. So with that, let's look at the other projects that staff and TAB had elevated for consideration that are not recommended to move forward for this TIP cycle. Other funding opportunities on the horizon could offer potential to consider these projects that are not advanced here in the TIP call for, and these include multi-year grant funding, the landscape of opportunities such as Federal Safe Streets for All, CDOT's Transportation Alternatives Program, TAP, Revitalizing Main Streets, and Safe Routes to School, those kinds of grant funding opportunities. And also one of the TAB proposed segments from Moorhead from Table Mesa down to over to 27th Way, that's prioritized for the city's pavement management program. And there's a potential to include safety upgrades along with roadway resurfacing in the next couple of years. And as a tie-in to the CDOT funding opportunities mentioned just now, an improved connection at the north end of Moorhead between 27th Way and the existing off-street network is being considered as part of the upcoming TAP cycle. Additionally, many of our arterials are likely to receive attention from the current Vision Zero Action Plan update, which will identify priority segments and projects for crash reduction strategies. And as I just mentioned, the Federal Safe Streets for All grant opportunity will have future call cycles. So the Vision Zero Action Plan update is likely to identify an arterial like Table Mesa in the systemic safety analysis and lead to safety countermeasures that could be funded under Safe Streets for All in future cycles. Lastly, some of the projects not recommended to advance for this call number 4 have work that's already underway via our core arterial network to advance conceptual design and to ensure that there is necessary pre-design work and community engagement to support future funding requests. So a great example is Iris from Broadway to 28th, which is set to initiate community engagement and design later this year. And another is Valmont Road, which is also on the CAN work plan. Right, so let's talk about next steps. To stay on track for our application submittal early next year, we would conduct the required community engagement around the 4 selected projects starting in late September through October. We'd then come back to TAB for public hearing and request your recommendation to council in November. Then in December, we'd visit council for public hearing and their official endorsement. That process will allow just enough time to assemble the 4 applications by the January 2023 deadline. With that, we invite you all to offer your feedback on tip call 4. So we'd like to know, does TAB support the next steps for these 4 selected projects? And if you have any additional feedback on the non-selected projects. That's the end of the presentation. Thanks.
Thanks, Valerie. It was really clearly presented, and it was cool to see the build of the map to really show that we're building a network that wasn't even conceived a year ago. So this is very exciting. Tila, if people have clarifying questions before we get into the weeds of the individual projects, if possible, that might be great, but go ahead, Tila.
Thank you. Thanks, Valerie. Can you, I'm still not quite understanding why Iris, even though it scored pretty well, you didn't want to include it in this call because it would delay. Why would it delay action? What? I'm not understanding that.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tila. The thinking is, as we had developed our CAN work plan earlier this year, we had always slated for us to start that community engagement in that design process. The same thing would be seeking funding through TIP. We had already allocated some of our budget to start that work this fall and really ramp up on that early next year.
Okay.
If we were to seek TIP dollars, then we would have to delay that entire process until the funding agreements are in place and that funding is available for us to use. So that's just one of the considerations when you seek this TIP funding, is that it takes a while to get the dollars in hand to start the work. And we didn't want to delay the same exact process that we've already funded through our the reallocated budget that we had already decided on this year.
Okay. I'm feeling very dense because that still didn't clear it up for me. So we'd already decided to do some outreach and initial design and like sort of concept design level. So why can't we ask for TIP funding to take that design to the next level of finishedness on Iris?
I see. Part of the requirements of TIP funding is that you have advanced some level, when you're seeking construction dollars, you have to have advanced some level of conceptual design and community engagement to support that. And so that work has not happened yet on Iris. So we wouldn't be able to seek construction dollars through TIP for either Folsom or Iris. So we've chosen Folsom because it was already kind of further out on our timeline to initiate that community design and conceptual design work, community engagement, and kind of aligned better with the work plan schedule we had already landed on earlier this year. Iris or Folsom, we wouldn't really be able to go out for construction dollars with this cycle of TIP. We're just not ready.
So what is it we're asking for money for on Folsom?
To advance the conceptual design and the community engagement to support that and inform that. Not construction dollars.
Iris, I'm lost. I'm sorry. I don't understand. I'm not asking the question right, I guess.
Natalie, would you like to take us down?
I'm happy to, but I'm just going to probably repeat what Valerie said. So, so we are planning to do start the engagement and planning work, the design work this fall for Iris. We have that, allocated in the budget, and staff time is assigned for that. So if we were to do that through TIP, we have to wait till 2024 at least, right, to start that work.
Okay.
And then the other clarifying piece, I think, is we are recommending that we go after that design work funding for both Folsom, for either one, but for Folsom, because you have to do some level of that to go after construction dollars through TIP, and we don't have that on Iris or Folsom, right? So we have to take that first step with TIP. TIP won't let us go after construction dollars without that design work being complete. Did that help at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll listen to the tapes and see if it gets through.
Okay.
With Folsom, I was wondering why we're asking for 1.5 million in total cost there. it seems like it's a similar length as the 30th preliminary design grant that we got and called to, and that was about $1 million, or that was $1 million. So why the 50% bump in cost?
Yeah, I think, you know, with Folsom, there's that segment that we're focusing on for this application does have different considerations in terms of right-of-way constraints. So it would, you know, I think involve a deeper level of investigation around that. Garrett, is there anything you'd like to add on the cost?
Sure. Two things I guess I would add in addition to that would be that for a portion of the 30th Street corridor, we had done some preliminary work. The last effort had done some work from Arapahoe to Pearl, whereas on Folsom, we don't have that same benefit. And we are also anticipating that the level of public engagement on Folsom will likely have a higher level of robustness than is going to be required on 30th Street between Arapahoe and Highway 119.
Okay, thanks. And I think tonight's the first time I can remember mention of Valmont being in the work plan. Can you tell us what, or remind us what's involved in that?
Yeah, Valmont is I think further out in the work plan schedule, and that's why we mentioned it as, you know, one of the corridors that TAB had that you all had proposed we look at for this call cycle. You know, it's also it doesn't have that kind of readiness in terms of community engagement and pre-design work to seek construction dollars. So it's just further out. Not a good fit for this tip cycle.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions from TAB, or I was wondering if maybe we could go project by project and have a roundtable. So maybe first with Folsom. I'm excited about finally going through the robust process it'll take to get a viable design here. So this is one that I'd be glad to support. Any other thoughts or objections to that? Seeing none. South 30th, seems like that's soon to be a gap in our core arterial network, as the map showed. I was curious what the range on that one. I think it was like 6 to 7 million. Is there uncertainty with the project costs in this early stage?
That was the estimate, Alex, from the corridor study effort. And so we have a consultant that's supplementing staff efforts on that right now to take a look at the design and see what a realistic cost estimate should be for the work entailed. So we're working on getting an updated estimate and should have that in hand by the end of the month.
Awesome. That one seems like it'll cost what it costs, and there's really not much flexibility on a street where we're that constrained, and already conceded a lot of the elements that are in the other parts of 30th Street and Colorado Avenue. Any TAB opposition, or is this another one that people support? Sounds like we're supportive of this one. West Colorado, that one, the number keeps changing on me. It was 6 and then 5, and now we're down to maybe 3 to 4 million in project cost.
I can speak to that, Alex. So the original $6 million number came from the corridor study efforts. And then we took a look at it and said, well, the 28th and Colorado intersection project that's currently under design, and its footprint is actually going all the way up to the intersection at Regent, is going to be taking away some of that scope, which is why then it went from 6 to 5. And then with some of the recent engagement, including with yourself, there are a lot of really great ideas about what we can do to reduce the footprint. And so we're hopeful that first blush is we'll be able to shave further costs from that project. Again, we have external resources helping us with the cost estimate review for that segment of work, and we expect to have updated cost information in hand by the end of the month.
Awesome. With that project, I think for me, the crux of that design will probably be what ends up happening at the Folsom intersection. It's a location where there are a ton of people walking and biking today and moving from one facility to another. So it's a little chaotic and even has the pedestrian scramble. And I think it could be hard to get that design right without looking at Folsom as well. And I was wondering if there's potentially an opportunity, especially with the lower cost, to look at Folsom working within the existing curbs from that intersection down to Boulder Creek, if not Arapahoe, and just seeing what we could do for like a low cost retrofit and that stretch as well. And I think in turn, if we were successful getting that money, then the amount of Folsom that's left is much less, which I think will have a more focused community conversation and design effort. We've chipped away a little bit on the north side, north of Pine up to Valmont. And if we could handle it, maybe the next easiest piece, which would be from Colorado to the creek, which is a meaningful connection, or to Arapahoe, which I think might be easy, and just rack up or reduce the amount of distance left. That's something I would like to consider for a variety of reasons. Getting as much done as we can on Folsom as soon as possible, but ensuring that we have the right vision for that essential intersection where there's so much happening with ped bike transit and cars. But
I'd just like to second what Alex just said on West Colorado. It just it seems a little unnecessary, except for really there could be a lot of better treatment right at the intersection. And so making more sense of people's movements and our use of street space closer to that intersection with Folsom is kind of critical. I guess we'll see what you have in mind when we start the public engagement. But I was kind of a head scratcher when I looked at the map, like what would we do there? Why would we do anything? It's more about the intersection for me.
Yeah, and at that intersection, one thing that I wonder about is the corridor study shows a similar configuration that we have today with a southbound double left, and that's just inviting cars to turn into a bus only lane. And I think that's something we could think through. And if that's not a good idea, then maybe we could ask, do we only need one left turn lane? If there's only one left turn lane, then the cross section of Folsom changes entirely. I think if we shift one or two assumptions at that intersection, we could end up with in a totally different place and perhaps a cost-effective, better place. So,
can I ask? I'm assuming because that intersection and being right on the university border, that there would be some coordination with the university. Does that make this project more or less attractive, more or less feasible, more or less ready? Does it have any impact on that?
I can respond to that. So I can say that working with the university as a project partner, and we have approached the university, just for the record, about being not just a cheerleader on the project, but actually putting some skin in the game and being a financial partner with us as well. And they are withholding a decision on that until we have better updates on the cost estimates. So the university is also eager to see where the updated estimates are, like you all. But having the university be both a project as well as a funding partner makes this application a whole lot more competitive and interesting to our subregion.
thanks for that. Hopefully we can find something satisfactory for them to get involved.
And Alex, if I could, I just want to comment also about your observations about the signal operation. As we've indicated at 30th and Arapahoe, there's certainly staff willingness to take a look at that as a part of the design and analysis effort should the project become funded, to look at what we can do if that's something that is feasible for implementation, then certainly would be a part of what's actually constructed.
Mm-hmm. with that, we can maybe turn to 30th and Arapahoe, unless there's any more conversation about West 30th. So the fourth one is 30th and Arapahoe. And for me, that seems like an opportunity where if we plan for success in mode shift and we need less roadway capacity, we'll ultimately see it, and we'll have more money left over to invest in more success. And so without seeing a reduction in the number of left turn lanes, I think it would be a pretty hard thing for me to support. And I understand it's kind of complicated by the fact that there's preliminary design work happening on Arapahoe from 28th out to Foothills, and then on 30th as well from Arapahoe north to the Diagonal. So I think it might be the wrong time to make a major commitment there. And I see that it's scored high. It's undeniably on a CAN corridor and intersects an AMS corridor. There's an equity reason to take action there. Transit and bikes are involved, but with serious and fatal crashes, it's, I guess, undeniable that they're happening there, but I'm not convinced that as the schematic depicted in the corridor study would actually do anything to prevent those crashes. Or the drawings are going to help us with project readiness, but I'm not sure I'm really ready to support that approach. So without some certainty that we can help narrow the crossing distances and not build an intersection at a high cost to support peak hour vehicle capacity, this is the one that I'm wavering on. Tila.
Thanks, Alex. So I have two questions on this. Number one, I was listening, Valerie, but I had some bedtime duties, and so I wasn't watching all the slides. Has the price estimate on this one changed from the slides that we were sent on over the weekend? Or is it still at $5 million for this Arapahoe and 30th?
Garrett can speak to specifics more, but we're currently looking at this one to see where we can find some cost savings in terms of minimizing right-of-way acquisition.
Right, okay, I think that's the one that you were mentioning, and that's what I thought was going on. And secondly, as a general question, so let's say TAB says, sure, let's look at all four of these things. You begin the outreach, and then we come back in November and realize, oh, there were some real big, concerns or snags or whatever. Is it a possible outcome that we only proceed with 3 of these as full applications? Or are we pretty sure we want to be applying for 4? And if so, the answer to that is yes, then should we pick a 5th one to be a fallback? Or are we pretty certain these are going to be the 4?
I think that question and Alex's previous point kind of speak to that process, right? So we go through the community engagement over the next month through October, and then we will come back to you for your formal recommendation in November. So, between that time, we would be conducting that community engagement on these 4 projects that we're recommending. So I think that is our recommendation, is that these are the 4, and we do want to submit for all 4.
And if I could add to what Valerie just said, we got confirmation today from the Boulder County subregion that there will be another 1-page abstract process with the call for opportunity, and October 20th, or plus or minus a date or 2, will be the time frame for those to be submitted, with the expectation we'd get feedback on our project abstracts by the 2nd week of November. Or first week of November rather. So that would be also good information for TAB's consideration as we move toward project application development.
Okay.
Becky?
I have similar feedback on this one, which is just that I'm just nervous about that cost, and then having to say we get the funding and we build these improvements, and there are some improvements, but then really we'll have to go back another time later if we build it out as it is shown, we'll have to go back later to make it safe again, because it won't be safe yet. It'll be improved, but it still won't be safe because of how wide it is and all of the turn lanes. So Yeah, so that just makes me very anxious about asking for dollars for something that doesn't really fully achieve our goals. Ultimately, it kind of gets us part way there. So I guess if I felt more comfortable with that, those potential alterations were more of a sure thing that we could do. I feel more confident supporting this one.
Yeah, I think we'll have more information as we continue to work on refining those. So, you know, I think it's safe to say that we wouldn't be applying for the concept that you saw in August. We're actively working to refine that right now. And so by the time you would make a formal recommendation in November, we would be able to circle back with you all on what that refined concept looks like to address your feedback.
Yeah, and I'll just add, we certainly had some discussion around the slides and how we presented, you know, what's currently still in flux around cost estimates and the design. And we just left it as is because it is still, we're working on that. The consultants are working on the design and cost estimates. And so by the time we come back to you, we'll have clarity around all of those kind of questions.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Any other feedback from Tab about any of the 4 projects that were included, ones that weren't included, or general questions about the process? Cool.
Yeah, I just, in looking at this scoring slide, the candidate project evaluation slide with the empty circles, half circles, and full circles, I was confused about why some things got a full circle versus a half circle, for instance, located on a CAN NAMS corridor. Maybe it's a half a circle for CAN and a half a circle for NAMS. Is that why the Colorado and or the Arapahoe and 30th Street got a full circle, whereas Iris only got a half and Valmont only got a half? Is that what's going on there? Okay.
That's right. Same as in Call 2.
Okay. And then again, I have a similar response on the safety or question on the safety. Some of those are full circles, some of those are half circles. Is that the difference between fatal and serious injury crashes? Or are we also representing sort of the kind of sort of failure to accommodate vulnerable users and modes, for instance, like on Iris Avenue, where it's definitely not comfortable and safe. It's just no one's there. No pedestrians are getting hit because they're not crossing that street. So if all we're looking at under the safety bullet is, you know, what is our body count or how many people are getting injured there, I take some issue with that being the sole criteria for safety on these projects. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks for that feedback, Tila.
Thanks. If there's nothing else on this, we can see, Natalie, are there any other matters from staff?
No, I think we're good. Given that it's 9:30, we're a little over time. I think we're good to go.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you.
From the board, first, a retreat debrief. I've had a follow-up conversation with each board member about their individual priorities and have tried to figure out how each member can lead and be engaged in those areas. And so that's something I think we can talk about. But in reflecting on the retreat, there are a couple things that I want to discuss. And really going into the retreat, what was top of mind for me is what Tila had coined: ethics, candor, and transparency, especially during interactions between staff and the board. And those interactions have perpetuated a strained relationship and I think caused some distrust. And I was disappointed in prepping with Heidi, the facilitator, that she decided not to include that as a topic and told me that those concerns weren't valid. And that was disappointing because I've tried previously to voice this with department leadership and gotten nowhere. So I viewed the retreat as an opportunity to finally do that. And during the first part of the retreat, we heard from employees from various city departments, and it was frustrating to be schooled in how things are supposed to work without actually being able to talk about how things have been working. we heard a very contrived fireside chat about how staff and TAB and city manager and council are all supposed to work together. But from experience, there are times where staff are so far out of those bounds. And similarly, we heard from the engagement people about how to have meaningful and inclusive engagement. But again, there are experiences where we have members of staff telling us what the outcome of a process is going to be before it's really concluded, or that things being offered to the public are not actually options. And so therefore, I don't think it was really worth their time or effort to be involved. And I found it hypocritical to hear from staff that they have reasons to not trust us, but it's time for us to trust them. And that we need to assume positive intent from staff. But in this past year, multiple members of staff have accused members of TAB staff has not assumed positive intent of TAB. And it was startling after the retreat to hear from the interim director that they had no idea what I meant by ethics, candor, and transparency. And fortunately, I think city leadership are and will take those concerns about ethics, candor, and transparency seriously. And we have a recent perfect example, I think, to help confirm that that's worthwhile. We just got to talk about the prospect of advancing our community's vision for 30th Street. And in doing so, filling a really important gap in this network, as the map showed. And to finally give Folsom the intense scrutiny it deserves and needs for us to accomplish anything on a street that this community's been interested in for a decade, and TAB has worked as hard as we can to elevate. And so through these TIP applications, we have these rare and transformative opportunities for our community. But unfortunately, those opportunities are products of distrust. I don't think any TAB members have any experience working in bridge structures. However, some of us have experience in being undermined by department staff. After being warned about the East Arapahoe Bridge and how it could collapse and result in loss of life, it was quickly revealed that that wasn't true. The motives for that discovery weren't because of what was presented to TAB. They were based on who presented the info and how it was presented. Distrust is what uncovered the truth there. Distrust is why we are going to be able to better advise council in this upcoming TIP process. And distrust may actually better the lives of our community members. So I think there's been this ongoing failure by department leadership to address those concerns about ethics, candor, and transparency. And without addressing that, I think the distrust will continue. And I wish we could have had this conversation at the retreat, but it was not a facilitated conversation about both sides' concerns. I felt it was much more of a lecture series where staff had to say in what was presented, and TAB was really, really limited.
Alex, I'm sorry you felt that way. I know this has been a concern of yours for a while. You know, we've tried to elevate it and have conversations, sometimes more successfully off the grid and out of public view. And to the extent that you have been able to sort of make your case better outside of public view, I want to acknowledge that that has happened and that it's been a lot of work on your part. But one thing that I think came out of the retreat was not just an appreciation for Councilmember Spear being so involved and watching us, but that she was able to give sort of an outsider's perspective. And she's like, whoa, boy, I could smell the tension. And so it's not that we have to, want to be dinner party buddies But I think that there is a path forward to being able to constructively work together. But it does involve you being able to speak your mind and make your case and be heard and validated. And I'm hoping that that's still the track that you're on. I have said for years, the retreats are my least favorite thing to do as staff. I didn't, we didn't really feel like the first round was very productive. We agreed to do a second round, and I have to say, I didn't find the second round. I didn't think that what we were missing was some kind of virtual post-it note exercise. So I still struggle to figure out a way to make the retreats substantive and useful, as opposed to just sort of an exercise and going through an exercise, because it's always been done that way. And so I think we'll continue to watch that and try to learn. I like how council has changed up how they've been doing their retreats. I was hoping we could copy some of the things that they had done. And also in the time of COVID, it's a little hard. So let's just keep on keeping on and hope that it can be better and more productive. But you and I were both kind of tearing our hair out. Like, why are we doing this? So it really dampens my appetite for doing more of them.
Yeah, and I hope there are some byproducts of the post-it notes, and it's kind of up to us as to whether those lead anywhere or not. But yeah, it took so long to get there, and if we can't talk about these things in our regular meetings, and staff's not going to have those conversations outside of the meetings, I didn't know else when to do it, and so that's when I tried. And I find it troubling that people are claiming that they don't know what I'm talking about if they've actively avoided the conversation. So I felt that's been weighing on me, and so I made a point to note that on the debrief. Ryan.
Well, this is a little more lighthearted, but I really liked the post-it note exercise. And Alex, I know you had other things that are important to you, and Tila, you thought it was a waste of time. And I'm grateful for everybody's willingness to start at this with different ideas about how we can fulfill our mission. So I just want to acknowledge the team for making space for that, and I'm hopeful that others, maybe even with staff, found that to be useful. I do plan on going back to the post-it notes and referencing some of that. I think there was some strategic ideas and concepts that, frankly, we should be focusing more of our kind of reasoning around. So in any case, not to debate, but just say thank you for Alex with so much to potentially do, including what you just talked about, that we did have time for that. And then I guess on more just to add to the substance of what you had raised, I don't have any good answers, but I just think I'm just kind of sort of agreeing with Tila that there's a lot that we individually and collectively want to do and believe is our job to do through this process. And I think there's not much of an instructions manual. And I think, if I just go to the West Pearl thing, I mean, I think there's just, we have different ideas as professionals here about the procedurally appropriate, way to take all this. So I guess I'm just offering that this isn't very straightforward. And when we're only legally allowed to talk about this in public meetings, like the essential team dynamics between multiple organizations, it's just very hard to do. And so I'm thankful for you being direct and making your ideas known, and I'm grateful to Natalie and the team for just listening to a lot of this, and I know that they're doing a lot of they're really applying a lot of work to this. So I don't have a lot more than that.
Thanks, Ryan.
I guess I just want to echo Ryan and just say that, I'm really grateful to be a part of this and for all the work that you guys put into this individually. I mean, I saw so much passion from Ryan today and from you too, Alex. And, I wish things were different and we could communicate without any misunderstandings. But ultimately, I think the way you're conducting yourself right now, Alex, I think it's commendable. And I think that if we don't talk about stuff, then, you know, what's the whole point of this? You know, it's just, we need to be upfront, and that's the way things get cleared out. So thank you guys. And
yeah, I appreciate that. And we saw with West Pearl how complicated these things can be, but we just need to know that everyone's doing their best to do it in the most ethical way possible.
no, absolutely.
So we've gone on for long enough. If there's, oh, no.
Yeah, I do just want to say one thing that I think, so there was a time when I was not aware of some of your ethics concerns, Alex, and that was a conversation that we had prior to the retreat. And I had, you know, at that time said that I wasn't aware of the details that you were concerned about. And obviously over the course of the last few months, that's changed and those things have come to light. And you and I have had one-on-one conversations outside of TAB meetings where you've communicated your concerns, and I definitely have heard them. A lot of your concerns I wasn't around for, and we've talked through that. And I've tried to, you know, really focus on just going forward that we want to conduct ourselves in the most ethical and transparent way. And obviously with candor too, I think I bring that pretty plainly to these conversations. So I think I just wanted to definitely get that on the record that you and I have had those conversations one-on-one. And, you know, I think just acknowledging that there's work to do, but you have been heard by me, and we've talked about how we can address some of those things going forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just wanted to state this because so far the record of the retreat is something that did not take into consideration and did not give credence to what I think have since been determined to be very valid concerns. And the facilitator was very dismissive of those concerns.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback.
And Ryan, I'm also glad that we did the Post-it note exercise. My first conversation was with you. We talked about climate. That's a note front of mind for you, and thinking through how to work on the messaging on that, how to best align climate with the things that the department is already working on. And Ryan and I had some preliminary ideas about how to engage the climate office with our efforts. And I think we'll regroup on that. And then Natalie, that's something we might run by you about how some of these things that we talk about can be viewed by those types of professionals through that lens. And then I talked with Trini about transparency and data, and that seemed like something that Becky also had interest in. And so I've encouraged both of you, if you have any interactions with staff, to loop in one another. It's always nice to have somebody working with you. And it sounds like in hearing from staff that there are things underway that could lead to more transparent data, which in talking to Becky, it sounds like it'd be nice if we could see what type of crashes are happening, for example, at 30th and Arapahoe, so that when that project comes to us, it's really easy for us to look that up and think about how a proposed design may or may not improve things. And then Trini, you and Tila had both expressed interest in messaging on traffic violence and how we talk about safety and education. So I would encourage both of you to think about how moving forward you could be effective both in things that come our way, and then think through if there are any initiatives that members of TAB could take on. Tila, you also had mentioned messaging on parking and community vitality. So I think there's a bit of a theme with the messaging and communication strategies that we use. And Becky, we talked a bit about the desire for an ordinance, which is something that's come up that would, in past conversations, about how it'd be great if when we invest in a street, we are required to build it up to TMP standards. And that's something that I know the city of Cambridge, Massachusetts has done so well that a lot of people would like to see that in Boulder. And we talked about all the funding mechanisms that would need to be created for that. And that's maybe a little bit more of a long-term play, but it's essential that as people come and go from TAB, that there's somebody who can continue pushing for that, especially with new councils and with you being the one with the most guaranteed time left on the board. I think you being a champion of that would be fantastic. And then we both shared an interest in parking reform, or I don't know if I did during the retreat, but that's something I've expressed interest in previously. And I think we've been plugged in with some transportation advocates who are taking that matter pretty seriously. And so we're hoping to see what traction we can get there. So I wish we could have had that conversation sort of during the retreat, but we ran out of time. And if any of you have anything I missed, it's hard to sum up a bunch of hour-long conversations in 5 minutes, but that was the gist of it as far as I can tell from my notes.
I just want to acknowledge that Natalie has been very, very, very good about sharing all the data crash since the retreat. And, you know, just whatever happens, I think we get a message about it. So thank you, Natalie.
Yeah, I appreciate you taking time out of your day to share that as soon as possible, because we start getting questions from time to time about what happened. So that's all I've got for retreat debrief. Any other comments from Tab on this? If not, we can maybe turn back to West Pearl. That seems to be the most pressing matter before us. I heard from Aaron, he said that it would be okay for a Tab representative to talk at council Thursday night, most likely. I think I have a time conflict with part of the evening. So is there anyone from Tab who'd be especially interested in speaking to council on Thursday to share your perspective, but some of the ideas that were brought forward by the rest of the board as well?
I nominate Ryan. Ryan?
I'm happy to do it unless Taylor or Becky wants to give it a shot. It doesn't happen. I assume I'll circulate, you know, I can continue, I can circulate this doc. I have a couple of edits and then anybody can take it on, or I can.
Well, so it's just the last time Ryan went and talked to council, they asked you a question and you answered it. And they didn't like your answer.
It's a different council.
There you go.
Newsletter.
You're right. You should take it if you want.
No, it's fine. I think you've been clearly thinking about this. You know, we've been talking about it. You've been talking to council members. There's many tentacles in this, and so I'm happy to have you be the head of the Hydra if you want.
Do we have to determine this now? Can we? Because maybe Becky or Teal want to think about it, or you. I guess you can't do it, Alex.
We need to figure it out now to avoid a discussion on this.
Becky, what's your interest level?
I really feel neutral. If it's helpful, I can do it, but I don't feel like a burning need to be that person. So
okay.
Maybe somebody should do it besides me, since if I'm working a letter, somebody else can provide a different approach. And I mean, I don't know. Teal, I think you're kind of chewing on this one.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh. Sure. I always like talking to council. I was pretty impressed tonight with Becky, though. I don't know. But yeah, I'm happy to.
I think with Ryan's foundation and the letter, we'll figure out in a minute who's going to sign on to that. But Tila, you bring in some of the points that you've had. That'd be great. I can let people know that that's our preference.
That's great.
Thank you for doing that. And then maybe do a straw poll to see who's interested. And I've barely skimmed it, but a straw poll of who's interested in hashing out Ryan's letter at whatever time it is, 10 o'clock. Is there a desire to a good point now, or do we want to just do? Is there interest in sending a letter? I guess we could start with that.
Yeah,
I think there's interest in sending a letter. I think we could do it one of two ways. We could have everybody send one-way edits to Ryan, or we could just nominate two people to be the co-authors of it and let them go based on what they've digested from our discussion tonight. And so then they can work more directly on editing stuff.
I like the second one.
Which one was that? That was two people work on it?
Two people work on it, co-sign it, and
Can we say that's on behalf of Tab, or is it on, can we only say it's on behalf of the two? Or does it matter?
I think technically we can send one-way edits to one person, to Ryan, say, and then Ryan can work with one other person in real time, one of us in real time to iron it out with no further back and forth from anybody else.
I think Becky would be great at doing that. Just
Me
because
too.
you have, like, you guys complement each other really well.
At doing what? Sending one-way edits?
Well, with working together, like I already sent, well, I made some edits, but not really anything meaningful. But I think what Becky brings into the table would really complement what you have, because I did have a chance to read what you have, Ryan. So I think together you would put together a really, really powerful document.
What do Alex and Becky think?
I support that if Becky's willing to do that work.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd be happy to work with you on that, Ryan.
Great. I think it's a pretty compelling read. I love the organization on it, but it definitely needs to be cut down. Because the council, they don't have time to read all of it. So focus on brevity, but I really love the direction it's going in and just the organization of it, really. The bullet pointed, bolded stuff.
And just to clarify, it can be on behalf of all of us, right? I mean, even if they just work on it, we can all sign on together. Okay.
Yeah, I think, right, if the group here agrees to say the framework overall looks good, you'll send minor comments to me. Becky and I will work on them, and then we're gonna add everybody's name if you're good with the overall framework.
Nicole.
Yeah. One way that it has happened is you sent around the final product, and without any further edits, a person can either say, I do not want to sign, don't put me on it, or just be mum.
I think that's what we'll need to do if there are two people working on it.
Okay.
Okay.
Hopefully that's a lot of ice skating around the transparency rules. Hopefully we got it right. That sounds reasonable as long as
Yeah. So while we're being transparent and on the record and all that, at the end you have three proposals, and number 2 says use this opportunity to make our town core further car free and car light. And I think my main comment about this one is thinking back to Tab's overall urging at the beginning of the pandemic to that council to shut down some streets, not just for outdoor dining, but also for outdoor recreation and placemaking and safe spaces to be. The parks were closed and all of that, but really to take advantage of what we've learned from this downtown pilot street closure or reuse, and think about how we can apply it to other neighborhoods. Not necessarily tying it to the needs of businesses, but to tie it to community needs for similar car light, car free, people first plazas. So I would just urge number 2 to not be restricted to just this particular thing. That would be my main substantive edit.
Any other substantive edits at this point? Okay, so the time is pretty short. The council meeting is Thursday. Ideally, they did it by Wednesday, right? Like midday-ish. I mean, ideally they already have it, but if we were to try to hold to Wednesday midday, is it too late to ask by tomorrow midday-ish? Any comments? And then Becky, I don't know what you have going on tomorrow, but can we kind of work this together tomorrow afternoon and with something like that in mind?
Yeah, I'm pretty flexible tomorrow, so
that works for me.
Great. And I don't know if Natalie or anybody on staff has any questions, concerns, or thoughts about all this, what we planned, but I'm happy to entertain any other ideas. Or
I don't have any concerns. I think this is all within your purview to do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sounds like we'll be well represented in writing and in person.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
you'll
but
take-
as Ryan noted, council has asked for us, for input from us. So I think this is what at least certain members of council have.
Yeah. Okay, so then Alex, Tila will, you'll let Aaron know that Tila is going to represent us, and then
I'll let him know to expect her.
Okay, thank you.
Any other matters from the board? Open board comment?
I have something super minor. Well, it's not minor, it's short. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Valerie and Devin for meeting with me. We had a meeting that was a follow-up on the discussion about the crash investigation, design factors in crash investigations, which was a previous meeting topic. And they followed up and with Natalie, but I met with Valerie and Devin, and we just shared some information with back and forth, and including some best practices from other cities on both post-crash investigation teams and sort of like what's happening with some best practices in that space. And then also on the police department side, some research on how to include crucial forensics in bike crashes that are often not included. So we had some sharing. I don't think there's any action item, but I thought it was a productive meeting, and I wanted to thank them for that.
Awesome. Glad you've got some assistance from them, and thanks for pursuing that.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan.
Okay, the only future agenda topic I see is next month there will be a performance-based pricing and trailhead access management recommendations. And then, as we heard tonight, we will be having a public hearing in November for the tip call for projects. And as always, feel free to email myself or Ryan if there are any things that you would like to get on the schedule, and we can see about that at the agenda meeting. Tila?
This might fold into the access trailhead stuff next month. But Natalie, one of our first walks when you were new to your then role, the city had just incorporated Knollwood. And I had said, Knollwood, when it was its own little fiefdom, didn't want outside cars parking on the streets, but now it's a city street, and should we be expecting the usual on-street parking to be available like it is elsewhere in the city? And you, I don't remember if we knew who even to talk to about that. But there's still no on-street parking there. And in fact, there's some brand new signs saying no trail parking. And so I'm just curious what the status is of that. Like, why are these streets different from other streets?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. We did see that, and we went ahead and had our signs team take those down.
Oh.
We don't believe they have that they are allowed to post those signs. We are going back and making sure that that's true, that they didn't negotiate anything differently as part of the annexation agreement.
Right.
But we're pretty certain that that is not allowable. So
okay. I saw one yesterday. So I don't know when
we went out this morning.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's likely that they'll put them back up. So we'll do some additional investigation, and then hopefully try to follow up with somebody to have a conversation so that we're not just in the circular. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Anything else, or can we entertain a motion to adjourn?
I second the motion.
Okay, I'll motion to adjourn in 20 seconds. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Thanks.